Consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order. Rafi Tulfo to lead the chamber in prayer. You are recognized, sir, and you may proceed.
Atin pong alalahanin na tayo ay nasa presensya ng Panginoon. Ang parabula ng talento mula sa Ebanghelyo ni Mateo. Ang kaharian ng Diyos ay katulad ng isang Panginoon na paalis ng bansa. Tinawag niya ang kanyang mga alipin at ipinagkatiwala ang kanyang mga ari-arian. Ibinigay niya sa isang alipin ng isang salapi. Pagkatapos ng mahabang panahon, bumalik ang Panginoon at kanyang kinumusta ang kanyang mga ari-arian. Dumating ang alipin na nakatanggap ng 5 salapi. Sinabi niya, Panginoon, pinagkatiwala mo sa akin ang 5 salapi. Narito itong 5 salapi. At bukod dito, may tubo pa ako ng 5. Sinabi ng kanyang Panginoon, magaling ang iyong ginawa. Ikaw ay mabuti at tapat na alipin. Naging tapat ka sa kakunting bagay. Pamamahalain kita sa mas maraming bagay. Panginoon, sa nalalapit na pagtalakay ng budget para sa susunod na taon, gabayan niyo po kami na maging tapat sa inyo at sa taong bayan. Naway mapayabong namin ang kaban ng Pilipinas sa pamamagitan ng pagpili ng mga tamang proyekto, ahensya at pulisiya. Basbasan niyo po kami ang bawat piso ng aming pagpasyahan upang ito ay magbunga na mas marami pang biyaya para sa sambayanang Pilipino. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Secretary, will please call the roll.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 22 senators present, Chair hereby declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
President, before we proceed with the business for the day, I'd like to acknowledge some guests in the gallery, guests of Senator J.B. Ejercito, councilors from Tangub City, Councilor Del Socorro, Councilor Rojas, Councilor Rotuerto. Guests of Senator Robin Hood Padilla, coming from the Liga ng mga Barangay, Ms. Rebecca Padilla, Ms. Gemma Tabada, Ms. Ramon Ortega, Attorney Ivan Lee. Guests of Senator Amy Marcos, SK President from Visayas, SK Federation President Edmundo Tolentino of Aklan. Guests of Senator Jinggoy Estrada and Senator Mark Villar, retired Undersecretaries Rafael Seguis and Rora Navarro Tolentino, along with several retirees from the Department of Foreign Affairs, including Assistant Secretary Nolasco, Deputy Assistant Secretary Fernandez, and Ms. Maricris Guzman Cruz. Guests of Senator Amy Marcos from the Liga ng mga Barangay, National President Katrina Jessica D., Secretary General Celestino Martinez, the Vice President for Luzon Ram Ortega, Vice President for Region 4A Irineo Bungaling, from Region 13 Gemma Tabada, Vice President for Legislative Affairs Sabalya, Cultural Advisor Rebecca Padilla. Guests of Senator J.B. Ejercito, Governor Peter Unabia of Misamis Oriental, and 1st District Board Member Dilara. Guests of Senator Pimentel, Mr. Javier Guido from Marikina. Guests of this representation, Congressman Marco Hanco from Pangasinan and AGAP Party List Congressman Briones. We acknowledge their presence, Mr. President.
To the aforementioned guests, welcome to your Senate.
Mr. President,
Leader.
I move that we defer the approval of the journal of the 28th session Monday, November 2024.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Secretary, any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Secretary General is directed to comply.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution number 1224, directing the appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry on the proper and strict implementation of RA 11900, otherwise known as the Vaporized Nicotine and Non-Nicotine Products Regulation Act, and other relevant revenue measures following reports of persistent importation of illegal vapes and the non-payment of required taxes. Senator Tulfo.
To the Committees on Ways and Means and Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
Proposed Senate Resolution 1225, resolution to investigate causes of non-compliance to stringent transportation safety rules and regulations in public seaports, bus terminals, and other common carriers. Senator Tulfo.
To the Committee on Public Services.
Committee Report 335 by the Committee on Finance on House Number 10800, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2025, recommending its approval with amendments. Sponsor Senators Poe, Cayetano P., Legarda, Marcos, Villar C., De La Rosa, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Tolentino, Villar M., Ejercito, Estrada, Zubiri, Villanueva, and all members of the Senate Committee on Finance.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Floor Leader.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2793. This is the bill on the Philippine Natural Gas Industry Development Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the aforestated bill is now in order. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the draft of the bill as of November 4, 2024 as working draft and recognize the sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, and to propose amendment, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Pia Cayetano, the chairman of the Committee on Energy, as well as Senator Gatchalian, is recognized for the latter to propose his individual amendments as discussed during the break.
Ito propose natin. May skip na ba ito? Dito wala dito. Andito rin? Thank Okay. Hindi. We go back to the original. Andito naman. Iba na yung iba na yung numbering. Iba na yung numbering. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended. Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with the indulgence of the good sponsor, on page 4, line 11, after the word aggregation, insert the phrase and pricing mechanism for aggregated gas.
Mr. President, a minute suspension.
Session is suspended. The Honorable Gatchalian is once again recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on the based on the clean copy as of November 4, 2024, the original Section 22 has been renumbered to Section 23. And Mr. President, let me just read this representation's proposal on the new Section 23. For the
Sorry. Mr. President, Would your team have a copy so that our colleagues can follow? Because this is the heart of the measure, no?
Yes,
So
Mr.
maybe they'd
President.
like to see it later. When you're ready,
Yeah, Mr.
just so your team can get prepared.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
We need more time to flash the proposal on the screen so that everyone will be in line with that proposal, so everyone can follow the proposal.
How many more minutes does the
Maybe,
gentleman need?
Maybe 2 minutes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think we're encountering some technical difficulties from the technical operators, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, we'll just start with the other amendments. On page 4, line 11, after the word aggregation.
Mr. President, I think we will start with Section 23, the contentious issue.
Okay. I was made to understand that we can start with, but Mr. President, we can do that. We'll just wait for the, there, okay. Yeah. Ito ba yun? Section 23 na? Okay. So, Mr. President, we will amend Section 23 and I'll read us. No, hindi yan. This is not the Section 22 yan eh.
Actually, for the record, we rejected the amendments yesterday.
Yes.
But
Mr.
upon request of His Honor to propose another version, we agreed to hear His Honor's
Thank you, Mr.
proposal
President.
today.
Hindi ito. Okay, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is actually Section 23 based on the clean copy as of November 4, 2024. And let me just read to the body the proposed amendment. And Mr. President, this is the core of the proposed measure. And I would say this is the heart and soul of the proposed measure. So on Section 23, natural gas supply, the procurement, delivery, and pricing of natural gas from indigenous production facilities or from importation to the PDNGI shall be transparent and secure. If necessary, the DOE, ERC, and PCC, subject to Section 19 of this Act, shall require the suppliers to submit relevant information pertaining to supply contracting, procurement, pricing, and distribution scheme to users for the purpose of monitoring. The procurement and utilization of natural gas, including without limitation by gas-fired power plants, shall undergo competitive bidding to ensure least cost fuel in line with Republic Act Number 9136, and whenever indigenous natural gas price is equal to or lower than imported natural gas, then indigenous natural gas shall be prioritized. An indigenous natural gas supplier shall provide fair access to its natural gas supply in a non-discriminatory and transparent manner through physical supply or financial contracts. The DOE shall establish mechanisms for the optimal and full utilization of power from indigenous natural gas over power from other conventional energy sources whenever the price of power from indigenous gas is equal or lower than power from conventional energy sources, subject to standards and limitations consistent with the state policy of ensuring energy security and consumer welfare. The PDNGI facilities may be designed and constructed to ensure the accommodation of both indigenous natural gas and or imported natural gas pursuant to the standards determined by the DOE. The DOE shall establish measures to support the supply and use of indigenous natural gas in the domestic downstream natural gas sector. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. President, before I reply, may I know from the sponsor if he's going back to his amendment yesterday because what was submitted in writing today is different. But this is the amendment proposed yesterday, which this representation rejected, and I'm just clarifying if this is it because what I have in writing is different.
Mr. President, we're going back to the original proposal, Mr. President, including competitive bidding in the procurement of natural gas as well as power, Mr. President, and enabling indigenous gas to have prioritization if pricing is equal or lower compared to imported natural gas, Mr. President. So we're going back to the original proposal, Mr. President.
Okay. So, I will explain, Mr. President, because my understanding from His Honor yesterday when this was rejected is he may bring this to a vote. So I kindly ask for the indulgence of our colleagues that you bear with us, no? Try to make it as untechnical as possible, but there is a reason why this representation must reject this proposal, and I would like to explain. So basically, Section 23 is the heart and soul of this bill. Can you hear me? Because I know they lowered the volume. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Is it a little bit low? JV, is it okay? Okay. So this section is the heart and soul of the bill. Your honors will recall, we recently debated and approved Create More. And the purpose of Create More is to create an environment that is conducive to investors to come to the Philippines. What does that mean? It means that we provide perks and benefits and we create that infrastructure, that environment that makes them want to choose the Philippines instead of our neighbors. So this is very similar in the natural gas energy field. We want our neighbors to come here and to spend we want investors to come here and to spend the funding that they have in investing in indigenous natural gas in the Philippines. Filipino investors, Filipinos who are already involved in other energy sectors, whether it's coal, renewables, they're all welcome to invest here. To just give you a comparison, Indonesia is currently producing 2 million terajoules of indigenous natural gas. 2 million. And the Philippines is producing 89,000. But we have the potential to explore and to discover and develop our indigenous natural gas. Why are they not coming in? Because since the 70s, we neglected investments and encouragement in promoting indigenous natural gas. After Malampaya was discovered, wala na, pinabayaan na natin. We didn't care. We didn't have the foresight to encourage investments and to put in the necessary incentives for investors to really come in. And in the last, I think 5 years, zero explorations, zero. So that is the question that we all must face right now today. How important is energy security to us? Do we want to rely on coal or are we moving to renewable? Our commitment, global commitment, is to reduce reliance on fossil fuel and to move to renewables. That is very clear. But we cannot make that instantaneous jump because we do not have the storage capacity. Our grid cannot handle renewables. Yet, I just came from a one-week conference in Singapore. It will take time for renewables to be right now they cannot be our base load. It is not going to happen. So we have a transition fuel which is natural gas. The conference I came from, the discussion was all natural gas and renewables. And there was also discussions on nuclear. So natural gas is clearly the transition fuel to renewables. So do we want to rely on importations for the next 20, 50 years? Is that what we want? Because that is the question that will be answered today. We can create the infrastructure for the importation, and we are doing it right now. But we can also keep on exploring indigenous because the importation will always be there. There is no way that we can discover in the next 10 years enough indigenous gas for the needs that we have. We will have to have a combination of indigenous natural gas and imported. And that is the concept of aggregation. The DOE under this bill will lead that aggregation wherein they will combine indigenous natural gas and natural gas. So what is on the floor now is the proposal of our dear colleague who I know has studied this very well And the proposal is specifically for indigenous natural gas to undergo competitive bidding. That is not the practice today. The practice is that indigenous natural gas will go into negotiated supply agreements with the power companies. Ganun yun, ine-negotiate yun. Pag-uusapan, hindi naman lolokohin, hindi naman bobolahin dahil mayayaman din at magagaling din at maraming technical expert itong mga power plants. They have the ability to negotiate for the best prices. It is negotiated, hindi ito bidding. And then, this is also reviewed by the ERC. And for the information of all our colleagues, this committee is also hearing amendments to EPIRA to strengthen ERC. So, the check and balances that I believe His Honor is looking for are currently in place. Supply and demand din naman yan, hindi naman magpapaloko yung mga power plants kung pangit naman yung presyo. And please remember, dear colleagues, we're not talking about the spot market. We're talking about purchase of 10 to 20 years of supply. So that is precisely why we have to make a national policy on prioritizing indigenous. Because if we don't, then tanggapin na lang natin na mag-imported na lang tayo. Dahil mas madali yun, di ba? Mag-i-import ka, you just have to have a certain amount of money, import. But the indigenous gas will require commitments from investors to invest in this country. And I will repeat, during my sponsorship speech, I showed photos of an all-Filipino crew in Malampaya. They are in demand. Kukunin sila any day ng mga gas exploration companies all over the world. Pag naubos yung Malampaya, tanggal na rin yung expertise natin. They are gone. So this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance we have to pass this bill that will clearly make a stand on promoting indigenous. Yes, pa-prioritize nyo ba over imported? Yes, ipa-prioritize. Paano kung mas mahal? Tingnan nyo yung chart. I ask all of you to look at the charts for the nth time. Over a span of 14 years, the red line is the price of imported natural gas. Akyat baba, akyat baba, akyat baba. Tapos nag-peak nung Ukraine war. Yung blue line, yan ang presyo ng ating indigenous gas. Steady lang. Steady lang siya. So meron naman tayong basis to assume na steady yung price. Ngayon, kung gusto natin gawin is, pagka bumaba yung presyo, which is the proposal of our colleague, pag mataas yung presyo ng indigenous, na may time naman na tumaas ng konting-konti. Anong buwan ba yan? Sandali. Anyway, towards the right part, may time na mas mababa ang imported. Pero sandaling-sandali lang. So pagka ganun, di na tayo magkikerry ng indigenous natural gas. But that is not how it works. When you prioritize an industry, you prioritize, you stand by it. And we have all the checks and balances in place, including a Consumer Welfare Act that can be used at any time. I'd also like to point out that aside from Indonesia that I mentioned earlier, produces 2 million terajoules of indigenous gas. Brazil produces close to 1,856,000. The UK produces 1.2 million terajoules compared to our 89,000. And these countries have policies that prioritize their indigenous gas. You know, it doesn't happen organically. We have to make a choice. So you want to give it to DOE, bahala na. We know very well that that will not send the message that investors want, that there is a law that has declared that indigenous natural gas is a priority in the Philippines. So these are the policies that are in place to prioritize indigenous natural gas in the countries that I mentioned. And because of that, look at their production compared to ours. It's huge because investors come in to invest. and they are now importers. Sorry, they are now exporters, which we would like to be also one day. So on that note, Mr. President, aside from reiterating that there are also consumer protection provisions in the law, in the bill, I respectfully reject the proposal of our dear colleague.
Thank you. Thank you for the explanation to the good sponsor. Mr. President, before I appeal my amendment, let me just explain this amendment, this representations amendment. Section 23 will alter completely the way we buy gas and the way we buy electricity by prioritizing gas without any bidding, without any price discovery. Gas can be bought by power plants will prioritize the purchase of gas no matter what the price is. And that will go all the way to the consumers. Because in Section 23, even distribution utilities will now be mandated to prioritize indigenous gas, again, without knowing what the price or what the competition can offer. At the same time, with this amendment, it will also alter the regulatory regime by considering prioritization of indigenous gas. So in other words, as the ERC as the regulator will now factor in prioritization no matter what the price will be. And my concern, Mr. President, is the consumers. That's my only concern, Mr. President. Because without any price discovery, meaning without any competitive bidding, we will not know what is the best price out there. And at the end of the day, we as consumers will be paying for that natural gas. So, Mr. President, this representation is just introducing safeguards through a competitive bidding, and at the same time, without taking away prioritization of indigenous gas whenever the prices are equal or lower than imported natural gas. So prioritization is still there, meaning if they are lower, if they can prove that they are lower, then they will be prioritized all the way to the consumers, Mr. President. So that is the amendment that we are introducing, because Section 23 will alter the way we purchase gas, the way we purchase electricity, the way us consumer pay for electricity. And it will alter also the regulatory regime, because now indigenous gas will be prioritized. I support indigenous gas, Mr. President, but there are other ways of supporting indigenous gas without harming the consumers. Because without safeguards and competitive bidding, we don't have any eyes. We don't have any way of knowing if indigenous gas is indeed competitive or not. Moreover, Mr. President, incentives. If there is no pricing mechanism, what's the incentive for the operator, meaning Malampaya, to be efficient? If they can just sell their gas at any price because they will be prioritized anyways, then what's the incentive to cut costs, to be more efficient? That will redound to consumer benefit. So, Mr. President, I acknowledge the explanation of the good sponsor, and I acknowledge her effort to find a common ground. In fact, we yesterday this was hotly debated, and we tried to find a compromise and a common ground. Unfortunately, we couldn't, and I respect the position of the good sponsor, and I appeal to the body this representation's proposal, Mr. President.
Mr. President, allow me to make a quick reply.
To the remarks of the gentleman,
Yes.
the lady may proceed.
Yes. With all due respect, it is inaccurate to say that this will alter the way we buy. As I said, currently, the supplier of natural gas, which is only Malampaya right now, they enter into negotiated bids with the power plants. Walang magbabago doon. We cannot introduce the concept of bidding here because that is not the practice. It is negotiated. Like I said, these are big boys and girls. They know how to negotiate. They negotiate. on what is the right pricing for them. In fact, in that mix is include, sadly to say, not clean energy. May coal din dyan sa mix na yan na binibili ng mga power plants. So we're saying this is a transition fuel that we want them to prioritize, not just over coal, but also over imported natural gas. Now, the check and balance that I need to emphasize is that there are strict provisions on market pricing in the service contracts that ERC are duty bound to uphold. So these negotiating entities, both on both sides, are duty bound to follow these market pricings imposed by ERC. They are in place. So introducing the concept of bidding is the one that is altering it. This is actually status quo. What I admit is being changed is the concept of prioritization. And that is why I've gone through pains and taken so much time of this body to explain why we should seriously consider the concept of prioritization. Because we have other countries that we can look to that have used the prioritization principle and have benefited from it. And as far as our consumers are concerned, there are provisions in the law that require that DOE, ERC, and PCC shall require suppliers to submit relevant information on supply contracting, procurement, pricing, and distribution scheme. And there are even more provisions that ensure transparent and open negotiations and dealings, Mr. President. So that is my quick response to His Honor's
Thank you.
explanation.
Just
Thank
a quick
you.
rejoinder, Mr. President.
For as long as it's the last on this
This is
matter,
the last,
we
Mr.
can put it
President.
on. Yes, the
Because-
gentleman may proceed.
Right now, Mr. President, if a power plant buys feedstock or gas, there's no prioritization. The power plant can go out to the market,
Listen.
buy the best price, or ask for tenders, and suppliers will give them all the prices available in the market. With prioritization, that will disappear, Mr. President, because obviously prioritization will give preference to indigenous gas. At the same time, on the power side, ito yung mga distributors natin, Mr. President, the utilities, the same case, Mr. President. Right now, they can go out to the market, ask for tenders, conduct a CSP, ask for the best price, and that best price will now redound to our consumers. But that will disappear, Mr. President, because of the prioritization. And that's why, Mr. President, what we're introducing is, as long as its prices are equal or lower in relation to indigenous gas, then they will be prioritized. So that is the support that we can give to indigenous gas, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I thank the good sponsor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. This is part and parcel of the legislative process. An amendment, the parliamentary status is this, for the information of our colleagues. An amendment was proposed by Senator Gatchalian, which was not accepted by Senator Cayetano, our distinguished sponsor, and Senator Gatchalian appealed to the body for the guidance of our members. An affirmative vote would be in support of the appeal of the gentleman, and the negative vote would be in support of the position of the chair of the Committee on Energy. The chair, for brevity, shall go directly into a raising of hands, if that is acceptable to the members, instead of going through the viva voce route before the raising of hands. Yes, Senator Zubiri, what is your pleasure?
Yes, I actually joined my colleague, the Minority Senator Coco Pimentel. Maybe we can ask for a minute suspension just to discuss. I may propose a possible win-win solution, Mr. President, if it's possible. Just a short.
You are welcome to try, Senator Zubiri. Session is suspended.
Mr. President.
Session is resumed. Chair would like to state the parliamentary status. Prior to the vote on the proposed amendment of Senator Wynn that Senator Pia rejected, which Senator Gatchalian appealed to the body, Senator Zubiri interjected that there may be common ground, but during the lull, I think Senator Zubiri may consider instead proposing an amendment later on when we proceed with the other provisions of this measure. So to reiterate, the parliamentary status is that Senator Gatchalian appealed the non-acceptance by the distinguished sponsor of his proposed amendment to the body. An affirmative vote sustains the appeal. A negative vote is in favor of the position taken by our chairperson of the Committee on Energy. The chair will be asking for a raising of hands as to those who are in favor of the appeal, and thereafter we'll ask for a raising of hands as to those who are in favor, against rather, the appeal of Senator Gatchalian, which effectively sustains the position of the chairperson.
So before that,
The minority
yes.
leader is recognized. What is your pleasure, sir?
Do our rules allow that we discuss the issue so we will understand better?
They've discussed it.
Yes.
The rules state that they can discuss it for a period of not more than 30 minutes, which they have and I believe have exceeded earlier during their
Okay,
exchange.
but without the participation of their colleagues, Mr. President. So we want to participate. Now, ano muna, not on the substance but on the procedure. So what is being appealed, all the red bold-faced letters and words are being appealed, Mr. President. Yan ba?
Yes, Mr. President. That
Yes,
is
and
all the red ones.
How about the strike-through entries there, also in red, are those also being appealed, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
So pangkalahatang motion to, Mr. President.
This is an omnibus amendment
Omnibus,
with respect to
Mr.
one section. Because they're all interrelated. You cannot accept nor reject one, and then you cannot accept one and reject the other. It has to be taken as a whole, Your Honor. That is why Senator Gatchalian proposed it as a whole, because you cannot accept one part and reject the other part. It will not make sense anymore.
Thank you. So we can ignore the black bold-faced. Okay na po yan, ano? Accepted na po yan, di ba? So sa red tayo nakafocus.
That is
So
correct.
if the appeal fails, yung naka-strike through na red are restored.
Yung naka-bold na red, hindi ilalagay, at yung naka-strike na red ay mare-restore.
So
Is that correct?
Is that correct?
Pati ito.
The sponsor may respond.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. President.
So to reiterate, the
Yes.
the words in bold and all caps in red will be won't be carried, and the words in red stricken off will be restored. The chair confirms.
Okay, so to better understand the issue, just one question to the sponsor, Mr. President. Although this is not an issue, what is the meaning of that phrase, including without limitation? So, found in the first sentence of second paragraph. Procurement and utilization of indigenous natural gas, including without limitation, etc. What is the meaning of that phrase, including without limitation?
Mr. President, what we are trying to establish here is that the procurement and the use of indigenous gas will be prioritized not just by gas-fired power plants but others, because the goal is to really encourage the use of indigenous gas. So when you look at the long-term plan, we are encouraging all power plants to have the ability to use natural gas, and that would then include natural indigenous gas. So, let me break that down a little bit. Yung coal-fired plant lang, di naman siya basta-basta makatanggap ng gas, right? Because coal-fired siya. So we are encouraging the shift to natural gas, whether imported or indigenous, because it is a transition fuel that is cleaner. But then we are also saying within that mix of natural gas, prioritize naman natin yung indigenous because for the reasons that I've already explained, this is ours. It will promote energy security, but the record shows that it has by far been more stable in pricing and lower in pricing. So this is really practically a policy statement that all power plants would be encouraged. Obviously, kung coal plant ka, wala ka namang kakayanan na gamitin yung natural gas. But by prioritizing indigenous gas, then we're creating that incentive for them to shift to using more natural gas. And I repeat, there will always be a demand for both imported and indigenous gas because hindi rin kakayanin ng supply natin ang indigenous lang lahat. So all we're saying is when investors look at what are the possibilities in the Philippines, we want them to choose indigenous natural gas instead of just becoming importers. They can still import, anyone can import, but we want them to invest in developing our indigenous gas industry.
I will let go of the issue for the moment because it is not included in the appeal, but with the intention of revisiting that phrase after we process the appeal.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We thank the distinguished minority leader. To reiterate, we will vote on the appeal of Senator Gatchalian, appealing basically the non-acceptance by Senator Cayetano, the sponsor of the bill, in regard to his proposed amendment. Chair will ask for votes in support of Senator Gatchalian's appeal, as well as votes via raising of hands in support of the position taken by the chair. All those in favor of the appeal of Senator Gatchalian in regard to the non-acceptance of his proposed amendment, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. All those against the appeal, thereby sustaining the position of our chairperson of the Committee on Energy, please raise your hands. May we have the count? The results of the voting, 4 members are in favor are voted in the affirmative, sustaining the appeal, and 15 members are against the appeal, thereby sustaining the position of our chairperson of the Committee on Energy. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, considering that this is the only contentious provision that this chamber will have to tackle today, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2793, the Philippine Natural Gas Industry Development Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders Committee Report number 317 and Senate Bill number 2816. This is the bill setting the term of barangay officials and members of the Sanggunian Kabataan. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2816 under Committee Report number 317.
Any objection? There being none, the same is approved.
Suspension muna ulit yung salamin.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong
Mr.
Pangulo.
President, I move that we recognize Senator Amy Marcos, the chairperson of the Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Marcos is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo at mga mahal kong kasamahan sa Senado, pati na rin ang mga mahal kong barangay kapitan, mga kagawad at mga SK na online, Zoom at iba pa. Ngayong araw, isusumiti ko sa plenaryo ang Senate Bill 2816 sa ilalim ng Committee Report 317, pamagat ang Act setting the term of office of barangay officials and members of the Sangguniang Kabataan and for other purposes. Bago ang lahat, aaminin kong malapit talaga sa puso ko ang barangay. Kita naman ninyo, suot ko pa ang dati kong t-shirt. Dito kasi nagsimula ang pag-ibig ko sa serbisyo publiko na sa halos 5 dekada, parang forever na ata talaga. Nung ako ang national chairman ng Kabataang Barangay, nakita ko ang sakripisyo ng ating mga opisyal sa mga purok, sa sityo, sa barangay. Sila ang tunay na mga bayani natin sa ating pamahalaan, mga kapitan, kagawad, kabataan na walang sawang nagtatrabaho araw-gabi kahit kulang ang suporta at pondo. Sa totoo lang, sa dinami-dami ng ating mga pinapasang batas, halos lahat bumabagsak sa barangay para sa implementasyon. Sila na ang nagpapatupad ng national programs. Sila pa rin ang abala sa mga lokal na responsibilidad. Sobra na sa trabaho pero kulang sa pondo. Nasususpindi pa kapag may bulilyaso sa implementasyon, arestado pa nung panahon ng COVID kapag may nangyari na labag sa mga protocol. Samantalang malaki ang bahagi ng budget para sa kanila, sana nasusunog lang naman itong budget sa dami at sa dalas ng eleksyon. In the immortal words of the great American President Thomas Jefferson, municipal corporations are small republics from which the great one derives its strength. Ito na po ang barangay, a small republic indeed. As a way to strengthen local government units, local autonomy is ensured by Section 25, Article 2 of the Constitution. However, it's often taken for granted that the barangay, the basic political subdivision in the country, is also a local government unit, much like the cities, municipalities, and provinces. Among LGUs, the barangays and its officials are often deprived of the opportunity to exercise adequate discretion in policy matters because of the duties and responsibilities passed on to them by both the national government and the bigger LGUs. So much of their time and energy is devoted to these tasks that they are not able to effectively exercise many of their core functions, nor hardly to even initiate their own barangay programs and projects. Much has changed since my days in the barangay. For today, barangay officials are given so many more duties, such as Republic Act 9003, Ecological Waste Management, Republic Act 10121, or the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act, RA 9710, or Magna Carta of Women, RA 9262, or Anti-Violence Against Women and Their Children, to name a few. In addition, the DILG requires barangay officials to participate in a plethora of programs such as the Community Gardens Program, weekly cleanup, road clearing operations, various information campaigns, implementation of anti-illegal drugs program, the Talipapa program. The list is endless. These responsibilities are on top of duties and functions prescribed by the local government code, which includes the administration of the Katarungan Pambarangay, Lupon Tagapamayapa, the organization of emergency groups, and the general supervision over the SK, among many, many more. For their part, the Sangguniang Kabataan officials are also burdened with responsibilities such as consulting and coordinating with all youth organizations. They are given the duty of coordinating with national government agencies for the implementation of youth development projects. promulgating resolutions to carry out the objectives of the youth in the barangay, initiating programs to enhance social, political, economic, cultural, intellectual, moral, spiritual, and the physical development of the youth. As members of the youth sector, the SK often have to juggle these obligations with other equally important personal commitments and their studies, obligations with their families, activities necessary for their own developmental well-being. Furthermore, all elected barangay officials and SK are required to undergo and attend numerous trainings and seminars, adding to the complexity of their already challenging responsibilities. Because of the foregoing, it's hardly surprising, therefore, that from 1982 to 2022, the average term of barangay officials is almost 5 years. It is evident that 3 years are grossly inadequate for these officials to comply with their added obligations and at the same time exercise their own discretion in promoting the general welfare of their constituents. Sa totoo lang, ilang beses ko na kayo ginambala ang aking mga mahal na senador dito sa ating Senado upang palawigin ang termino ng kapitan at opisyal ng SK. Una noong 2019 at pagkatapos ng ating halalan noong 2022. At yung nakaraan na BSKE na 2023 ay siyang bungad nito. At ngayon, kakampi naman natin ang Department of Budget at lahat ng ating economic managers sapagkat sabi nila ang ginastos sa barangay elections noong nakaraang Oktubre umabot ng 18 billion at baka umabot ng 20 billion sa Disyembre ng 2025. Aba, kung ang perang ito ay itutok na lang natin sa proyekto na talagang mapapakinabangan ng tao, higit na mas mabuti pa. Kakampiran natin ang COMELEC sa usapin na ito. Ayaw din nila ng barangay election sa 2025 kasi magiging super election year na raw ang taon na susunod. May BARM election na kinakabahan sila pagkat ito ang kauna-unahang historic BARM election. May midterm elections na automated at parang magiging piyesta na ang eleksyon sa Mayo. Imbes na magkaroon ng patong-patong na eleksyon, mas makabubuting bigyan ng sapat na panahon ng mga barangay na magampanan ng kanilang mga tungkulin at may pagpatuloy ang kanilang mga proyekto nang walang pag-aalala sa eleksyon kada 3 taon. At sa pagkakataong ito, wala pang 2 taon kasi nakaraang taon pa lamang yung eleksyon at nung sila ay umupo. To resolve these issues, today's proposed measure seeks to set the term of barangay officials and members of the SK to 6 years for the present term, with a maximum of 2 terms. Under the bill, the next regular barangay and SK election will be on the second Monday of May 2029 and every 6 years thereafter, and with a longer fixed term. The barangay officials and members of the SK will deepen their understanding of both national and local issues, as well as implement their own medium and long-term initiatives at the barangay level. In addition, setting the term of barangay officials and members of the SK will assure us that finally the barangay and SK elections will never coincide with the national and local elections, thus ensuring a more focused and effective governance cycle, while at the same time allowing COMELEC to have adequate time to ensure peaceful and orderly elections. Finally, this longer term of 6 years, which was in fact the original term provided for the barangays previously, will negate the reasons commonly advanced for ad hoc extensions of the terms of barangay and SK, much decried by the Supreme Court decision issued last year, that the term is too short, that there is election fatigue, or similar justifications that they felt indeed were not valid. As of 12 September, more than 1,151 barangay, city, municipal, and provincial resolutions from all parts of the country, as well as 165 resolutions from the SK chapters nationwide, have endorsed this measure. And I ask my distinguished colleagues to hear their pleas and finally enact Senate Bill 2816, setting the term of office of barangay officials and members of the SK and for other purpose. Kilalanin din natin ang hirap ng ating mga barangay, lalo na yung maliliit sa isla at kabundukan. Marami pang pagbabago ang kinakailangan sa ating mga barangay. Tama lang nabigyan sila ng dagdag na honorarium upang maibsan ang bigat ng kanilang trabaho. At syempre, isama na rin natin sa GSIS para may maaasahang financial security ang pamilya nila sa oras ng pangangailangan. Panahon nang ituring natin mahalagang bahagi ang barangay sa pamahalaan. Sa kabuuan, ang pagpalawig ng termino ng mga barangay at SK ay hindi lang praktikal. Isang malaking thank you rin ito sa kanilang sakripisyo at trabaho. Ibigay na natin sa kanila ang tamang suporta upang magtagumpay sa kanilang mga tungkulin para sa kapakanan ng ating mga komunidad, malaki man, sa syudad man, maliit man, o sa kasuluk-sulukan. Maraming salamat po mga Ginoong Pangulo at mga mahal kong kasamahan sa Senado. Sana naman maaksyonan na natin ito dahil kung hindi, aba, baka ipapabarangay pa lahat tayo.
Thank you, Senator Marcos. Majority Leader.
President, next to deliver his co-sponsorship speech is Senator Ramon Revilla Jr.
Senator Revilla is recognized.
Mr. President, it is an honor for this representation to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2816 under Committee Report number 317. With this proposed measure, we are reinforcing the constitutional policy on local autonomy to give our barangays as state partners freedom and independence in charting their destiny for the common welfare of our people. Let us stress how the barangay is defined under the local government code. As the basic political unit, it serves as the primary planning and implementing unit of government policies, plans, programs, projects, and activities in the community, and as a forum wherein the collective views of the people may be expressed, crystallized, and considered, and where disputes are amicably settled. Ito ang mismo ang bibigyan natin ng diin kung paano nagsisilbing tulay ang ating mga barangay upang mas mapabilis at matiwasay ang pagpapadaloy ng mga programa ng ating pamahalaan diretso mismo sa ating mga mamamayan. There is no denying that at the grassroots level, they are the state's partners so that public services are more palpably felt and that the national programs are funneled directly to the people. Serbisyong diretso, serbisyong damang-dama. Tunay pong napakahalaga ng papel na ginagampanan ng mga barangay officials sa ating pamayanan bilang dating naninilbihan na gobernador at vice-gobernador. Nakita ko po mismo ang mga sakripisyo nila para siguruhin na naihahatid ang serbisyo ng gobyerno sa ating mga kababayan. They are our first line of defense in times of crisis. The first responders. Sila ang unang nag-aabot ng kamay ng pamahalaan at sa kanilang mga balikat nakasalalay ang kaayusan at kaligtasan ng ating mga kababayan. Bagamat minsan may mga nagsasabing madali lang ang kanilang trabaho na simpleng responsibilidad lang daw ang kanilang ginagampanan. Ngunit alam nating lahat na ito ay malayo sa katotohanan. Sila ang mga tagapagpatupad ng mga polisiya at programa ng pamahalaan at ginagawa nila ito sa kabila ng mga pagsubok at limitasyon. Gayunpaman, alam naman natin ang totoo. Dahil sa ikli ng termino nila, kakaupo pa lamang sa pwesto, may eleksyon na agad na kaharapin. Kaya yung mga plano at implementasyon ng programa at proyekto, minsan ay hindi na napagtutuunan ng mas maraming oras at atensyon. Sa pagbibigay sa kanila ng sapat na panahon upang manungkulan, may sasagawa nila ng maayos at kumpleto ang kanilang mga plano para sa kanilang mga pinaglilingkuran sa barangay. After all, Mr. President, realistically speaking, the term limits as they are now set, they've been proven to be insufficient to implement long-term programs that will redound to the benefit of our people. This lies at the very heart of this measure to empower our barangays, which in the long run will empower our communities towards achieving their shared goals and aspirations. Kaya sa lahat ng ating masisipag at dakilang barangay officials, makakaasa po kayo sa suporta ng inyong lingkod para sa panukalang ito. Mr. President, if the good sponsor would allow, may we be made co-author of this measure at ating pong hinihiling din sa ating mga colleagues na suportahan itong panukalang ito. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Revilla.
Yes, maraming
Yes.
salamat sa
Senator
ating
Marcos.
minamahal na kasamahan na Senator Bong Revilla. At syempre, karangalan namin tanggapin ang co-sponsorship ninyo.
Thank you. The manifestation of Senator Marcos is hereby noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Lauren Ligarda would want to have her co-sponsorship speech be inserted into the records, Mr. President.
Noted.
Mr. President, with the prior approval of the committee chairperson, that I be made likewise a co-author of this measure, I now rise to deliver a co-sponsorship speech, Mr. President.
We now proceed.
Barangay officials, as we've been told and experienced, play a crucial role as the foundation of our governance system, serving as the first responders and local leaders closest to the people. Kabisado ko po ito, Mr. President, dahil ako po ay isang local government official din ng matagal at mahabang panahon. By establishing a clear and consistent term of office, this bill will seek to enhance their ability and implement long-term projects, address community needs, and foster stronger connections with the constituents they deserve. This measure not only brings much needed consistency to barangay leadership, but also empowers officials. I'm referring to all barangay officials, not just our barangay chairmen, kagawads, SK, federation officials, but even other barangay officials affiliated with barangay governance, such as the BHWs, the Barangay Nutrition Scholars, the Lupon Tigapamayapa, and all the others serving the barangay governments. With stable terms, they can cultivate partnerships, create impactful programs, and better address the unique issues of their communities. In supporting this bill, Mr. President, we reaffirm our commitment to a strong local governance and honor the essential work of our barangay officials, especially those who serve during the COVID lockdown days. Let us give them the tools, the time, and trust they need to serve their communities more effectively. I am proud to stand in support of this measure and commend the main author, Senator Amy Marcos, for the dedication of our barangay officials to strengthening local governance across the nation. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you,
Mr.
Majority
President.
Leader. Senator Marcos.
Yes, thank you very much. It's with heartfelt gratitude that we accept the co-sponsorship of both Senator Lauren Legarda as well as our Majority Leader, Senator Francis Tolentino. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. President,
Thank you.
I move that we suspend consideration of this very important Senate Bill number 2816.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 333 on Senate Bill number 2797. This is the bill declaring Pampanga as the culinary capital of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. President.
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2797 under Committee Report number 333.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, may we allow the Secretary to read the title of the bill?
An act declaring the province of Pampanga as the culinary capital of the Philippines.
Mr. President, with the permission of the chairperson of the Committee on Tourism, I move to recognize Senator Mark Villar, the chairman of the subcommittee on the subject bill, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Mark Villar is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, honored guests. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. It is my great honor to stand before you today to sponsor Senate Bill number 2797, under Committee Report number 333, an act declaring the province of Pampanga as the culinary capital of the Philippines. As we all know, the Philippines is a country rich in history, culture, and tradition. And at the heart of this heritage lies one of our most cherished national treasures, our cuisine. Each region in our country tells its own unique story through food, but today, we shine spotlight on the province that has long been recognized for its exceptional culinary heritage, Pampanga. Pampanga's culinary reputation precedes it. It is the birthplace of some of our most beloved Filipino dishes, sisig, kare-kare, bringhe, tocino, and tibok-tibok, to name a few. These dishes have become staples not just in Filipino homes, but on tables across the globe, introducing the flavors of our nation to the world. What makes Pampanga unique is not only the delicious flavors of its cuisine, but also the centuries-old culinary traditions that have been passed down from generation to generation. Kapampangan food reflects the history, creativity, and resilience of its people. Influences from Spanish, Chinese, Malay, and indigenous traditions have melded together, creating a cuisine that is unmistakably Filipino and proudly Kapampangan. Pampanga is more than just a province known for good food. It has become a culinary destination. It draws both local and international tourists who seek to taste authentic Filipino flavors at their finest. By declaring Pampanga the culinary capital of the Philippines, we are recognizing its significant contribution to our cultural heritage and ensuring that its legacy is preserved and celebrated for future generations. This bill is not just about honoring a province, it is about ensuring that the Philippines remains a key player in the global culinary landscape. The recognition of Pampanga as our culinary capital will not only boost local pride, but will also be a driver of economic and tourism growth. This bill does not in any way diminish the value of the diverse cuisines from other provinces. From the hearty dishes of the North to the vibrant seafood of the Visayas and the delectable flavors of Mindanao, every region in our country has its own special place in our culinary tapestry. The recognition of Pampanga is a way of celebrating its extraordinary influence on Filipino food, while still honoring the culinary diversity that makes our nation's cuisine so rich and vibrant. In closing, I urge my colleagues to support Senate Bill number 2797 as it stands to benefit not only the people of Pampanga, but the entire country. By officially recognizing Pampanga as the culinary capital of the Philippines, we are celebrating our culinary heritage, investing in tourism, and securing a legacy that future generations of Filipinos can be proud of. Before I end, I would like to thank our colleagues here in this august chamber for their steadfast support in the making of this bill, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Loren Legarda, Senator Amy Marcos. I would also like to thank our friends from the House of Representatives who actively lobbied and principally authored this bill in the House of Representatives. Representative Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Representative Madrona, Mercado, Coanco, Co, and several others who made this possible. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I respectfully seek your support for the passage of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Villar. Senator Marcos is raising her hand. Yes, what is the pleasure of Senator Marcos?
Thank you very much. If Chairman Villar will allow, I would like to extend and reiterate my co-sponsorship, having been the principal author of this bill. I am an amateur cookbook author, and as a result, I have tremendous respect and honor in being part and parcel of this effort. The recognition of Filipino gastronomy is one that not only reiterates tourism, but is also a cultural artifact, a living tradition that we honor and revere. More than nutrition, food in Philippine culture is family, it is home, it is love and unity. And I hope that this bill will push forth the values that we hold so dear, not merely in our cuisine, but also in our families and in our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Marcos. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, magdi-deliver yung co-sponsorship at talumpati Senador Lapid.
Senator Lapid. Wow, surprisingly, is hereby recognized. I was just surprised.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Karagdagan lang po sa sinabi ni Senador Mark Villar. Magandang araw po sa ating mga kasamahan dito sa Senado. Narito po ako sa harap sa ngayon ay upang sponsor ang Senate Bill 2806, ang batas na magdideklara ng Pampanga bilang culinary capital of the Philippines. Alam po ninyo, kwento ng Pampanga, hindi lang po masasarap na pagkain, kundi ang pagiging matatag, maparaan at malikain ng mga Kapampangan. Makikita po ninyo ito sa aming mga pagkain. Mula po sa simpleng sangkap ay nakakagawa po kami ng masasarap na putahe. Gaya ng sisig, kare-kare, adobong puti, adobong balot, kamaro, burong kanin na paborito ni FPJ, at tosino, kilalang putahe rin ng mga Pilipino sa buong mundo. Sikat din po sa mga pagkain tulad ng tibok-tibok na kinain mo kanina, Mr. President. Bringhi, asadong matuang, Kapampangan, humba at murkon. Marami rin Pilipino na chef na mga gagaling ka ng mga Kapampangan, nina Nora at Sandy Dasa at Ching Lilia, Lising Borromeo, Clarita Reyes Lapus ng Mamasita, Claudine Tayag, Raul Del Rosario, Jenny Gonzalez. Marami rin pong sikat na mga restaurant tulad ng mula sa Pampanga, gaya ng meron na nando doon. Kain lang kayo. Nakahanda na ron.
Please do not interrupt.
Ating dating Pangulong Gloria Macapagal Arroyo at si Vice Governor Baby Pineda. Galing po sa Pampanga at mga Kapampangan nandito dito ngayon. Titikman nyo lahat yan. Mag-request lang kayo. nandito po ang inyong talasuyo na magluluto para sa inyo. Marami rin pong sikat na mga restaurant tulad ng Kabalen, ni Martel, ni Vera, at Cafe Adriatico, Bistro Remedios, ni Larry Cruz, Ave Restaurant Kabalen, at Everybody's Cafe, Susie's Cuisine. Yan po. At kilala din ang mga sa Pampanga bilang destination code national travel noong 2022. Pinangalanan po ang Angeles City bilang isa sa Asia Best Emerging Culinary City Destination nito pong 2024. Ang Pampanga po ay hindi gaya ng mga probinsya. Likas na tanawin na pamamasyal. Wala po makinang na mga beach, na magagandang beach tulad ng Boracay at Surigao. Ang Pampanga po ay 2 bundok lang po ang nandoon, Pinatubo at bundok ng Arayat. Yun nga po, at sa ating mga kasamaan dito sa mga Senado, kaya naman po buong puso kaming humihingi ng tulong sa ating mga senador na bigyan ng lalawigan ng Pampanga at bansagan ng culinary capital of the Philippines. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Senator Lito Lapid. Sana po ay mabigyan niyo po kami ng delikasya ng Pampanga sa lahat ng kasamaan mo rito sa Senado.
Mr. President.
Senator Villanueva.
Mr. President, una po sa lahat, gusto po nating ilagay sa talaan ng bulwagang ito ang ipinahayag ng ating kasama ni Senator Lito Lapid na tayo po ay makakatikim ng mga di pangkaraniwang pagkain na tanging matatagpuan lamang sa dakilang lalawigan ng Pampanga. At bagamat Ginoong Pangulo, ako po ay hindi co-author o co-sponsor ng panukalang batas na ito. Ako po ay nabighani at lubusang sumusuporta na sa batas na ito, bagamat marami rin ho kaming may pagmamalaki sa lalawigan ng Bulacan. Ngunit sa sponsorship speech pa lamang ng ating kasama ni Senator Lapid, nais ko pong maging kabahagi ng panukalang batas na ito at maging co-sponsor with the permission of the principal authors. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
President.
very much, Senator Villanueva.
Mr. President, with the prior approval of Senator Mark Villar, this representation would likewise be delivering a co-sponsorship speech, but in the interest of time, I will have my co-sponsorship speech be inserted into the records. But let me just reiterate a paragraph of the same, Mr. President. It is really timely and fitting to declare the province of Pampanga as the culinary capital of the Philippines, as we aspire to promote our country as one of the top culinary destinations of the world. This designation will help preserve our culinary traditions, promote sustainable tourism, and encourage the next generation to carry on the legacy of excellence in Filipino cooking. Kaya pinasasalamatan po natin si Senator Mark Villar. Ganun na rin po ang lalawigan ng Pampanga para kilalanin ang ating bansa bilang culinary capital of Asia, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Before that, Majority Leader, this representation would also like to insert into the records his co-sponsorship speech, and if the permission of the co-author, the main author, I would like also to co-author this particular bill. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2797, declaring Pampanga as the culinary capital of the Philippines. So move,
Is
Mr.
there any
President.
objection? There being none, motion's approved. Senator Zubiri?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd just like to ask the Majority Floor Leader, what is the status of our, the sponsorship of our budget? That is the most important bill of Congress. I think that should be given utmost priority, Mr. President. Diba, kawawa naman yung chairman natin, naghihintay.
May I seek for a minute suspension?
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders Committee Report number 335 on House Bill number 10800. This is the bill on the 2025 General Appropriations Act. And so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 10800 under Committee Report number 335.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. Consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill without prejudice, inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2025.
To sponsor the measure, Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Grace Poe, Chairperson of the Committee on Finance, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Grace Poe is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before that, I would just like to note that traditionally, the budget is really a priority measure. But we gave way because, of course, it's a rare occasion and we rejoice in it that Senator Lito Lapid gave a manifestation for the last bill. So we gave way for that. I would also like to request that before I begin this sponsorship, that the Senate President be present to witness it physically. Because this is a joint effort of the Senate President together with the Vice Chairs and the Chairman of the Finance Committee, as well as all the members of this chamber. So may I ask for a suspension before I begin?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance would like to
Seek the floor.
seeking the floor to issue a manifestation, Mr. President.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It has come to my attention that there is a minor crucial meeting that the Senate President has to attend to. So with that, I am willing to give way first for other sponsorships in the meantime, because I believe that it is necessary for the Senate President to be present during the sponsorship of the national budget, being that it is an initiative of his tenure also here in the Senate. So with that, I would like to request that we defer first the reading of the sponsorship of the national budget and give way to other sponsorships. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
President.
Senator Grace. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 10800. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 334 of Senate Bill number 2863. This is the bill on the Foreign Affairs Pension Differential Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2863 under Committee Report number 334.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion's approved. Consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill without prejudice, inserting into the record the whole text thereof. Mike, please.
An act providing for a pension differential to the Department of Foreign Affairs retirees.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Mark Villar, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Mark Villar is hereby recognized. I'm sorry.
Mr. President and dear colleagues, good afternoon. I stand before you to champion a cause very close to my heart, the welfare of our nation's unsung heroes, the dedicated women and men of our Department of Foreign Affairs who have carried and continue to carry our flag to the farthest corners of the world. Imagine, if you will, an ambassador who has spent decades representing our country, navigating complex diplomatic waters, safeguarding our national interests abroad, and being the face of the Philippines in foreign lands in times of crisis and triumph. Now picture the same individual after a lifetime of service, struggling to make ends meet for their daily and medical needs. Imagine the lot of those who have served and retired with lower salaries and ranks, but have served the DFA with equal passion and commitment. This, my dear colleagues, is not a hypothetical scenario, but the stark reality faced by many of our retired foreign service personnel. This is why I am pleased to sponsor this bill before us today, the act providing pension differential to the Department of Foreign Affairs retirees, which seeks to address this harsh reality. The bill will benefit our Filipino foreign service personnel who have reached the age of 65 and have served for at least 15 years, offering them a lifeline, a chance, and a dignified retirement befitting their service. In addition, also covered by the bill are retired officers and employees of the DFA who retired under Republic Act number 1616, provided they also have reached the age of 65, served the agency for at least 15 years, and remained Filipino citizens. This is not a departure from the government service insurance system. The DFA will remain within the GSIS framework, and its personnel will continue to contribute thereto. Instead, the bill merely proposes a monthly pension differential to be administered by the DFA that will bridge the gap between the retiree's monthly pension and the existing rate for those holding the same rank and years of service, ensuring a dignified retirement for our retirees. There will be a regular and periodic review of the differential to ensure sustainability. The proposed bill will not pose a burden on the national government, as funding will come from the fees charged for consular services collected under Executive Order number 906 series of 2010 and not from the General Appropriation Fund. The bill also addresses the concerns of family members left behind in the event of a DFA retiree's death. The bill allows the surviving legal spouse as long as he or she is not remarried, and the qualified dependent children to receive 50% of the pension differential that the deceased retiree was receiving or entitled to receive. This provision aims to provide financial support to their family members, ensuring that they are also taken care of after the retiree's passing. Mr. President and dear colleagues, it is important to note that this bill is not solely about financial compensation. It is a long overdue recognition of the extraordinary and unique sacrifices made by our foreign service personnel. These brave individuals have been our first line of defense in unfamiliar territories, often risking their own lives to fulfill their duties. They have faced countless battles, both literal and figurative. Their service comes at a great personal cost. Many have spent years away from their families or uprooted for their loved ones time and time again. Their families also had to make sacrifices, such as their spouses who had to give up their careers if only to accompany our foreign service personnel in foreign lands. They have faced challenges that most of us can scarcely imagine, all in the name of duty and love of country. In this recent COVID-19 pandemic, they were the first responders, extending assistance to Filipinos overseas at great risk. While the world retreated indoors, our foreign service personnel risked their health to assist Filipinos overseas. We have heard of a few personnel, one of them an ambassador, who succumbed to the virus while on active duty. Mr. President, before I end, I would like to extend my sincerest thanks to Senator Alan Peter Cayetano for his previous chairmanship of the Government Corporations and Public Enterprises Committee, which oversaw the public hearings and technical working group sessions for this bill. I would also like to thank our colleagues for their co-authorship of this bill, Senator Bongo, Senator Rizo Ontiveros, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and Senator Loren Legarda. By passing this bill, we are not just approving a retirement benefit, we are sending a powerful message that their service, their sacrifices, and their dedication to our nation are valued and remembered. It is a statement that we stand with them as they stood for us in the international arena. Mr. President and colleagues, let us ensure that the twilight years of our diplomats are marked not by financial struggle, but by the dignity, respect, and security that they so richly deserve here at home. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Senator Mark Villar. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senators De La Rosa and Jinggoy Estrada would like to insert into records their co-sponsorship speeches. And likewise, Senator Legarda.
Co-sponsorship speeches of Senators De La Rosa and Legarda, and this representation, together with the Majority Leader.
And likewise, Senator Grace po, Mr. President.
Senator Grace po. Their speeches are likewise inserted.
Likewise, Senators Villanueva.
Together
Binay,
with the
and Zubiri.
Senators Villanueva, Binay,
and Zubiri.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration Senate Bill number 2863.
Any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to the reference of business.
Secretary is directed to read the additional reference business.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading, Senate Bill number 2866, an act strengthening the governance and management of the Philippine Science High School system and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Tolentino.
Science and Technology, Ways and Means and Finance.
Senate Bill number 2867, an act providing for the organization of Internet Services Cooperatives by Senator Tolentino.
Cooperative, Science and Technology, Ways and Means and Finance.
Resolution, PSR number 1226, resolution directing the Senate Committee on Public Works to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the implementation of the flood control interventions and projects in Region 5 by Senator Marcos.
Public Works.
Committee reports. Committee report number 336, submitted jointly by the Committees on Foreign Relations and Finance on Senate Bill number 2592, introduced by Senator Pimentel III, an act declaring the 23rd of July of every year as a special day for the commemoration of the Philippines-Japan Friendship Day, recommending its approval with amendments by Senator Marcos.
The calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report number 337, submitted jointly by the Committees on Foreign Relations and Finance on Senate Bill number 2590, introduced by Senator Pimentel III, an act declaring the 22nd of May of every year as a special day for the commemoration of the Philippines-Australia Friendship Day, recommending its approval with amendments by Senator Marcos.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report number 338, submitted jointly by the Committees on Foreign Relations and Finance on Senate Bill number 2556, introduced by Senator Pimentel III, an act declaring the 19th of August of every year as a special day for the commemoration of the Philippines United Arab Emirates Friendship Day, recommending its approval with amendments by Senator Marcos.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report number 339, submitted jointly by the Committee on Foreign Relations and Finance on Senate Bill number 2600, introduced by Senator Pimentel III, an act declaring the 28th of September of every year as a special day for the commemoration of the Philippines-Hungary Friendship Day, recommending its approval with amendments by Senator Marcos.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report number 340, submitted jointly by the Committees on Foreign Relations and Finance on Senate Bill number 2599, introduced by Senator Pimentel III, an act declaring the 11th of October of every year as a special day for the commemoration of the Philippines-Mongolia Friendship Day, recommending its approval with amendments by Senator Marcos.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report number 341, submitted jointly by the Committees on Foreign Relations and Finance on Senate Bill number 2581, introduced by Senator Pimentel III, an act declaring the 3rd of March of every year as a special day for the commemoration of the Philippines-South Korea Friendship Day, recommending its approval with amendments by Senator
To
Marcos.
the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report number 342, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Ways and Means and Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development on Senate Bill number 2868 with Senators Gatchalian, Villanueva, and Go as authors thereof, an act banning and declaring illegal offshore gaming operations in the Philippines and other operations related thereto, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 11,590, otherwise known as an act taxing Philippine offshore gaming operations, and for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 2689 and 2752 by Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Second additional reference of business committee reports. Committee Report number 343, submitted by the Committee on Ways and Means on Senate Bill number 2865, introduced by Senator Gatchalian, an act amending sections 22, 32, 34, 38, 39, 42, 127, 174, 176, 179, 199, and 258 of Republic Act number 8424, otherwise known as the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and for other purposes, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration House Bill number 9277 by Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report number 344, prepared and submitted by the Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation on Senate Bill number 2871 with Senator Estrada as author, an act prohibiting the development, production, stockpiling, and use of chemical weapons, providing for their destruction, imposing penalties for violations, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill number 2723, taking into consideration House Bill number 9571 by Senator Estrada.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 10800 under Committee Report number 335. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Grace Poe, Chairperson of the Committee on Finance, to deliver her sponsorship speech.
Senator Poe is recognized and may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate your presence here this afternoon, and so also the presence of our dear colleagues, also Senator Zubiri, who manifested the importance of the 2025 proposed national budget. My appreciation. So again, good afternoon, everyone. Today, we're discussing a figure of immeasurable importance. The 2025 proposed national budget of 6.352 trillion pesos. It may seem overwhelming, but it is not impossible to account. This budget isn't just a series of numbers. It's a blueprint of our priorities, the most important investment of our government, and the heartbeat of our nation's future. Alongside my 14 fellow vice chairpersons, we've rigorously reviewed every agency's request to ensure that every peso works for the Filipino people. Now, let's walk through how your Finance Committee has acted on this investment that will keep our nation running for 2025 and beyond. Una, ang puhunan natin sa ating mga mamamayan, kasama na dito ang karagdagang pondo para sa kalusugan, edukasyon at kabuhayan. Layunin nating mapalapit ang serbisyong pangkalusugan sa mga tao. The Senate through Vice Chair Pia Cayetano has augmented the DOH Health Facilities Enhancement Program Fund to ensure that over 700 rural health units, 300 LGUs and DOH hospitals, and various other clinics are constructed and equipped with the necessary medical supplies and facilities nationwide. Aligned with this is this additional funding for the prevention and control of communicable diseases such as tuberculosis, HIV, malaria, dengue, and rabies. Our major hospitals like the Philippine Children's Medical Center, Lung and Heart Center will also receive additional funding to cater to indigent patients. Health starts in the womb. To effectively address malnutrition and stunting, we have to put money where our mouths are. Naglaan tayo ng karagdagang pondo para sa First 1,000 Days program ng DOH at National Nutrition Council kung saan mabibigyan ng masustansyang pagkain ang 19,900 nutritionally at risk na buntis, 39,000 kabataan na may severe malnutrition, at 133,000 pang ibang bata. This will also provide the needed vitamins for 11.3 million women of reproductive age, 2.3 million pregnant women, 1.4 million infants, and 11.8 million toddlers. Sa ilalim ng Pantawid Pangpamilyang Pilipino Program or 4Ps, sinigurado din natin na mapopondohan ang 400 pesos kada buwan na subsidiya sa mga buntis at may anak na bagong silang hanggang 2 taong gulang upang mahikayat at masiguro na magpa-check up, bakuna at makakain ng masustansya ang mga nanay at kanilang anak. Ito ay maliban pa sa ibang mga ibinibigay na subsidiya sa 4Ps. Providing healthcare for our veterans is more than a policy decision. It is a moral imperative. Bilang pasasalamat sa ating mga veterano, we supported Senator De La Rosa's recommendation to substantially expand the Veterans Hospitalization and Medical Care Program. Sa hanay naman ng edukasyon, binantayan natin ang 9.9 bilyong budget para sa teaching materials ng ating mga guro. This is a staggering 106% increase from the 2024 budget after the passage of the RA 11997 or the Kabalikat sa Pagtuturo Act. We also left intact the budget for education assistance programs and subsidies and the continuation of the free tuition under the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Program. As we continue to take significant steps towards educational reform, we funded critical items integral to our education catch-up plan. Thanks to the efforts of our staunch education advocate, Vice Chair Pia, may dagdag na pondo tayo para sa DepEd 8-week literacy and numeracy program to help close the divide in learning proficiency. We also infused massive funding to DepEd's budget on textbooks and instructional materials. But even with textbooks and supplies, marami sa ating mga estudyante at guro ang nangangapa pa rin sa dilim. That is why your Senate allocated funding for the electrification of our schools, thanks to the foresight of Senators Gatchalian and Pia Cayetano. Para naman sa ating mga state universities and colleges, the committee is happy to report an overall budget increase for our institutions of higher learning, most of which went to colleges of medicine and allied health programs across the country. These institutions of higher learning are incubators of world-changing ideas. This is why this committee also funded some SUC projects like the Mindanao State University's Community Advancement through Research-Based Extension Services or CARES program, which aims to capacitate mothers in reading, writing, and arithmetic so that in turn they can teach their children. Pinupuntahan itong mga malalayong barangay sa Mindanao para yung mga nanay ay maturuan kung paano tuturuan ang kanilang mga anak. Maliit lang na budget ito pero napakalaking impact. Through the intervention of Vice Chair Marcos, the Kapit Bisig Laban sa Kahirapan, comprehensive and integrated delivery of social services, kapangyarihan at kaunlaran sa barangay or Kalahi SIDS program received an increase in funding to provide cash assistance to college students from low-income families, serving as learning facilitators or youth development workers or parents, completing learning sessions with their children who struggle to read. With the Chamber's support, we also secured funding for food programs across the board. The Philippine Food Stamp Strategic Transfer and Alternative Measures Program shall provide low-income families with food credits under the condition that they attend nutrition education sessions and participate in job fairs or classes to obtain work or start a livelihood program. An investment to our children's nutritional well-being is an investment to our country's future. This is the principle that my predecessor, former Senator, now Secretary Angara, and now Secretary of Education, carried in his years as Chair of the Finance Committee. The same principle and legacy that I would continue not only as the current Chair of the Finance Committee, but as a proud co-author of the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act. Alam nating lahat na ang malusog na pangangatawan ay susi pagkakaroon ng listo at ganadong estudyante. Through the efforts of our Vice Chairs Win and Pia, dinagdagan natin ang budget ng school-based feeding program for our undernourished learners. On a personal note, matagal ko nang isinusulong ang programang ito, hindi lang bilang lingkod bayan, kundi bilang isang personal na advokasya. I believe that every child deserves the chance to succeed, and the chance begins with their most basic need, food. Walang batang kayang magpursige kung siya ay gutom. Kasabay ng ating pagpapakain sa mga mag-aaral, sa mababang paaralan, ay ang pagpapakain din sa mahigit na 1.5 milyong early learners sa loob ng 120 araw sa daycare centers sa ilalim ng DSWD Supplementary Feeding Program. Our social protection programs will also be retained. Higit na 4 na milyong indigent senior citizens ang makakatanggap ng 1,000 piso monthly pension, habang 4.4 milyong pamilya sa ilalim ng 4Ps ang makakatanggap ng 750 pesos health grant kada buwan, education grant na 300 to 700 sa bawat anak na nag-aaral, at 600 pesos rice subsidy sa ilalim ng Pantawid Pampamilyang Pilipino Program or 4Ps. May pondo pa rin ang Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situations or AICS program na nagsisilbing lifeline ng 6 na milyong beneficiaries na namatayan, na pilitang matigil sa pag-aaral, na biktima ng pang-aabuso, na stranded or nawalan ng tirahan. Sa ilalim naman ng Pambansang Pabahay para sa Pilipino Program or 4PH ng DHSUD, mahigit na 100,000 pamilya ang mabibigyan ng socialized housing units. A part of the Kalahi Fund will also be allocated to community projects such as improved water systems, child development centers, and barangay health stations, which will impact 207,000 poor and geographically isolated households. Sa panahon ng kalamidad, may karagdagang pondo tayong mahuhugot para sa Integrated Disaster Shelter Assistance Program na gagamitin sa emergency shelter support, rental subsidy, at housing para sa mga nawalan ng bahay. Bukod pa ito sa karagdagang pondo sa Quick Response Fund para sa rehabilitation at ayuda sa mga biktima at sakuna. Makakaasa din ang ating mga OFWs ng tulong through the recommendation of our Migrant Workers Champion, Vice Chair Joel Villanueva. We augmented the Action Fund to provide legal, medical, and financial assistance to more than 200,000 OFWs. Nirekomenda rin ni Sen Joel ang dagdag na pondo para sa National Reintegration Center at mga OFW Health Desk. This is on top of the DSWD funding for returning undocumented OFWs to obtain counseling and livelihood training. May nakalaang ding pondo para sa psychosocial at basic needs ng mga biktima ng human trafficking. Taon-taon ay nagbibigay tayo ng suporta sa ating mga PUV drivers. Sa 2025, muli tayong magbibigay ng pondo para sa fuel subsidy upang magbigay ginhawa sa higit na 1 milyong tsuper sa gitna ng tumataas na presyo ng petrolyo. Higit 20,000 na drivers at 40 milyong commuter rin ang makikinabang sa karagdagang pondo ng Service Contracting Program. Dahil prioridad ng Senado at ng ating Vice Chair Marcos ang maayos na hanap buhay para sa lahat, mabibigyan ang 194,804 na beneficiaries sa ilalim ng Sustainable Livelihood Program ng DSWD na seed capital para makapagnegosyo, allowance para sa short-time work or skills training at employment assistance para sa mga gustong mag-apply sa trabaho. 100,000 magsasaka at mangingisda din ang mabibigyan ng buwanang tulong sa ilalim ng the Farmers and Fisher Folks Assistance Program. Through the intervention of Vice Chair Villanueva, 1.4 million Filipino workers will be given emergency employment assistance. Bukod pa ito sa pondo para sa Training for Work Scholarship Program kung saan sasanayin natin ang 152,000 na Pilipino sa mga industriya na may matataas na demand para sa mas mabilis silang makahanap ng trabaho. Bibigyan din natin ng budget ang Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program upang makatulong sa 65,000 enrollees na magkaroon ng technical at vocational skills. At mga programang ito ay hakbang upang mapalakas ang kasanayan ng mga manggagawang Pilipino at tulungan silang makahanap ng mas magandang trabaho maging sa Pilipinas man o sa ibang bansa. By equipping Filipinos with skills that industries require, we expand employment opportunities for them. This approach not only reduces the unemployment rate in the country, but also contributes to a brighter future for Filipino families. Technical and vocational training is a practical way to connect our citizens to stable and dignified livelihoods here and abroad. Moreover, through the initiative of our movie industry veteran, Vice Chair Jinggoy Estrada, we shall support the Film Heritage Preservation Program of the Film Development Council of the Philippines to restore and showcase our country's colorful history and culture through the audio-visual arts. Importante rin na makapagkompetensya ang mga malikhaing Pilipino. Alam ni Senator Jinggoy yan na noon pa man ang ating industriya ay nagbibigay ng trabaho sa marami nating mga kababayan at kaya natin makipagpaliksahan kahit sino man sa Asia dahil sa ating mga artists. Kaya ito ay binigyan niya ng prioridad. Our Vice Chair, Legarda also generously and consistently funded the budgets of our cultural agencies, specifically for the support for cultural mapping, assistance to artisans, and restoration of historical churches. Our investment in sports is an investment in the Filipino spirit. Vice Chair Go pushed for substantial funding for our athletes, community sports programs, sports fests, and grassroots activities across the country. Mas magiging handa humarap sa kahit anong laban ang ating mga atletang Pilipino at nagbunga na nga ito nung nakaraang Olympics na nakapag-gold medal tayo. Rice is life for every Filipino. Alam ito ng ating Vice Chair, Cynthia Villar, who pushed the prioritization to various components of the National Rice Program. Ang pag-angat ng produksyon ng bigas sa bansa ay isang hakbang patungo sa mas mababang presyo ng bigas at mas mataas na kita para sa ating mga magsasaka. The national programs of the Department of Agriculture has funding for fertilizer subsidies so that we can help farmers access these essential resources at lower costs. A subsidy program will allow them to apply the right amount of nutrients to their crops, leading to higher yields and better quality produce. Sa isang bansang agrikultural katulad ng Pilipinas, ang tubig ay buhay. Kaya't malaking bahagi ng ating plano ang pagpasaayos ng irrigation services sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay dito ng sapat na budget. A well-funded irrigation program will ensure that water reaches even the remotest farmlands, reducing our reliance on seasonal rains and increasing productivity year-round. Sa ganitong paraan, mas maraming magsasaka ang mabibigyan ng pagkakataon na mag-ani nang walang takot sa tagtuyot. I am not misrepresenting myself when I say that the 2025 budget has something for everyone, and that includes even our animals. Naglaan tayo ng pondo para sa Animal Welfare Program upang maisagawa ang spaying at neutering ng mga hayop dahil ito ay isang mahalagang hakbang upang maiwasan ang paglobo ng kanilang populasyon sa kalye. Sa ganitong paraan, mababawasan ang bilang ng mga hayop na walang tirahan at maaaring mapigilan ang paglaganap ng mga sakit na kaakibat ng paglobo ng kanilang populasyon na walang nag-aalaga. The funding will also allow our government to establish shelters for animals in need. These shelters won't just offer temporary housing, they'll also serve as places where the public can learn more about responsible pet care. Thank you to our Vice Chair, Cynthia Villar, for supporting this program. Under the Senate Committee report, every peso has been accounted for. With each line item, we asked all agencies, ano ba ang gusto nating mangyari dito? At gaya ng sabi ng ating Senate President, paano ba mapapagaan ang buhay ng Pilipino dahil dito? Hence, we only consider the projects that are already shovel-ready. Ito ang mga proyektong may maayos na plano, costing, at iba pang dokumento na nagpapatunay na sulit ang paggagamitan ng ating buwis. Upon the recommendation of Vice Chair Ejercito, we will be funding several local airports and more importantly, the Air Traffic Management System. Nilagyan niya talaga ito ng pondo upang hindi na muling mangyari ang airspace shutdown noong 2023. Itong programang ito, hindi napapansin ng tao. Mapapansin lang ito pag may sakuna. Kaya ayon ni Senator JV na humantong pa tayo doon. Kaya kahit hindi ito napapag-usapan sa ngayon, dahil maayos, nilalagyan niya ito ng pondo. Maraming salamat, Senator JV Ejercito. Vice Chair Legarda at the helm, the DFA shall establish 6 consular offices in various cities and expand its Passport on Wheels program to ease the process of applicants. Nakita naman natin na talagang professional ang marami sa ating mga DFA officers at employees. Kahit saan man sa mundo, sila ang tinatakbuhan ng ating mga kababayan. Kaya tama lang na sila ay nakilala at mabigyan ng pansin. With around 12,000 Filipinos killed yearly in road crashes, naglaan din tayo ng pondo upang magkaroon ng maayos na implementasyon, monitoring at evaluation ng mga road safety policies at programs. We are hopeful that habang wala pa yung National Transport Safety Board, ito muna ang magiging daan para talagang masiguro ang kaligtasan ng marami nating mga manglalakbay. We will continue to fund active transport infrastructures lodged under the DOTR and DPWH budgets to encourage commuters to make the shift from passive to active transport options through increased funding for safer, more accessible, greener spaces and the creation of pedestrian and bike-friendly roads. We're shaping the cities of a future where street caters not just to cars but to people. During the hearings, the Senate also fully supported the efficient and responsible use of modern technology, especially in fighting crimes and ensuring the speedy dispensation of justice. As a testament to this, we will support the utilization of artificial intelligence in the examination of suspicious transactions by the Anti-Money Laundering Council and in the court transcriptions, legal research, and case management of the judiciary. Dahil napakamaraming mga accounts na nakakalusot dahil hindi kaya ng tao na i-monitor isa-isa. Kaya ito ay ating nagiging programa. Vice Chair Zubiri also augmented the fund of DOST ASTI's AI Center for Computation, Optimization, and Responsible Research Development Program. This is to develop practical applications of AI for the implementation of critical projects of the government. Nakita ni Vice Chair Zubiri ang importansya ng AI na ito ay mas mapapabilis kung anuman ang mga dapat iproseso sa gobyerno at kailangan din natin bantayan para hindi ito abusuhin. Maraming salamat for your foresight and forward thinking, Senator Zubiri. Sinuportahan rin natin ang digitalization program ng National Authority for Child Care upang mas mapabilis ang placement ng mga bata sa kanilang magiging pamilya. We shall also fund the training of social workers as adoption specialists to better provide care and support to children and their families. Pinondohan din ng komite sa pangunguna ni Vice Chair Mark Villar ang pag-implementa ng Internet Transaction Act na may layuning gawing mas komprehensibo ang proteksyon para sa ating mga online shoppers and sellers. With the institutionalization of the E-Commerce Bureau, we hope to make our online platforms a safe and dynamic space for commercial activity. As our budget accountability partner, binigyan natin ng dagdag na pondo ang COA upang suportahan ang pagdidigitalize ng ilang audit processes na papapadali at mapapabilis sa pagsagawa ng audits sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno. To complement this, there's also the increased funding for the free public Wi-Fi, with this representation has always fought for in the past and is grateful that the new Vice Chair Gatchalian also continued to support. Our digitalization and connectivity initiatives will fail if our cybersecurity fails. Dahil sa dumadaming kaso ng cybercrime, ating ding pinondohan ang DOJ Office of Cybercrime para mapalakas ang kakayahan nilang mag-imbestiga at maghabla ng kaso. To strengthen the evidence against these cybercriminals, we also provided additional funding for essential tools of the NBI's Digital Forensics Laboratory. Sa tulong ni Majority Leader and DILG Vice Chair Tolentino, tumaas din ang pondo para sa upgrading ng ICT equipment ng PNP Anti-Cybercrime Group at maintenance ng fingerprint identification systems ng ilang PNP regional offices. Alongside Senator Gatchalian and Hontiveros, we aim to strengthen the fight against horrific abuses, which is why we provided additional funding for the DOJ's Interagency Council Against Trafficking and National Coordination Center against online sexual abuse or exploitation of children. Sa hanay naman ng defense, we are providing our armed forces, National Security Council, and the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency with substantial increases. In a rapidly evolving world where tensions escalate in a snap of a finger, our military must be adaptable, capable, and technologically advanced to face any security threats. Through the initiatives of Vice Chair Ejercito, we will be supporting PCG's sea-based operations by helping them procure boats, fuel, oil, na higit na kailangan sa pagpapatrol ng ating karagatan. At para mapigilan ang mga alis-guo na makalusot, pinaglaban ito ni Senator Risa. The Senate shall support the funding for the automated biometrics identification system of the Bureau of Immigration, which will introduce biometric verification and cross-matching with criminal databases for passengers entering and exiting our ports of entry. Thank you. Yung importansya ng irrigation. Sisiguraduhin din natin na wala ng human smuggling or trafficking na makakalusot sa mga private planes sa pagpopondo ng latest mobile facial and fingerprint technology sa mga special or chartered flights. We also have Vice Chair Tolentino to thank for pushing for the construction of an additional 69 police stations and headquarters in various LGUs to better ensure the peace and order in their communities. Upang masiguro naman ang maayos na halalan sa darating na Mayo, siniguro natin na hindi mababawasan ang 35.190 bilyong pondo ng COMELEC. Sisiguraduhin natin na hindi mababawasan ang 35.190 bilyong pondo ng COMELEC para sa midterm national and local elections, barangay at SK at sa BARM regional elections, kabilang na ang kauna-unahang online voting para sa mga OFWs. This budget isn't just numbers on a spreadsheet. It's a promise to every Filipino that their own government serves and works for them, not the other way around. Sure, the zeros may be overwhelming, but each one represents real support for our people and reflects our priorities. In the days ahead, we'll break down the specifics, item by item, line by line, to ensure that every peso works for everyone. My sincerest thanks to the Senate leadership, our Vice Chairperson, Senators Cynthia Villar, Bato de la Rosa, Pia Cayetano, Win Gatchalian, Bongo, Loren Legarda, Risa Hontiveros, Amy Marcos, Joel Villanueva, Mig Zubiri, Mark Villar, JV Ejercito, Majority Leader Francis Tolentino, and Senate Pro Tempore Jinggoy Estrada. This is also in line with the goal of our Senate President, as I mentioned, that the lives of the Filipinos will be uplifted. Being this is his first year as Senate President, we are working for the success of this budget. Thank you to all for your generous support. We also like to thank our counterparts in the House of Representatives, particularly the Committee on Appropriations, for their timely submission of the General Appropriations Bill. And of course, we cannot forget the LBRMO that has lost sleep over this. It's very difficult to balance the budget for very limited resources that we have and to allocate it to our priorities. Thank you to our LBRMO, its directors, and the dedicated Senate staff who worked tirelessly over the past 3 months to finalize this committee report. Your hard work has brought us to this moment. Thank you. Ayun na. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, next to deliver his co-sponsors his speech is Senator Joel Villanueva. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Villanueva is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Mr. President, distinguished colleague, magandang hapon po. We are proud to co-sponsor House Bill number 10800 or the General Appropriations Bill. And at this juncture, may I be allowed to put into the records of this august chamber our sincerest thanks and gratitude as we commend the hardworking and passionate chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, no other than Senator Grace Poe, for her invaluable contribution in pushing for this very important measure. Mr. President, sa gitna po ng maraming mga pagsubok at hamon na hinaharap ng ating mga manggagawa, lokal man o sa ibang bansa, sinisiguro po natin na ang ating budget dito sa Senado para po sa susunod na taon ay tutugon sa mga pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Bilang isa po sa mga senior vice chairperson ng Committee on Finance, sinusuri po natin ang sa mga diskusyon at pag-aaral ng budget ng mga ahensya. Kasama na po dito ang Department of Migrant Workers at Technical Education and Skills Development Authority. Ginoong Pangulo, sa Department of Migrant Workers na nabanggit kanina ng ating chairperson, Senator Grace Poe, ang ating pong itinayong tahanan para sa ating mga bagong bayani ay patuloy po na mangunguna sa pagpoprotekta ng kapakanan at karapatan at paghahatid ng serbisyo sa ating pong 2.33 million land-based at sea-based overseas Filipino workers. Ilan lamang po sa ating isinulong ay ang karagdagang 100 million para sa agarang kalinga at saklolo para sa mga OFWs na nangangailangan o Action Fund. Kasama din po sa ating ipinanukala ang karagdagang 100 milyon para sa pagtatatag ng OFW Help Desk na tutulong po sa mga lokal na pamahalaan upang mas mapalapit pa ang pagbibigay serbisyo para sa ating mga OFW. Karagdagang 44 million naman para sa reintegration ng ating mga OFW sa ating bansa at karagdagang 21 million para sa labor migration policy and international cooperation. Para po ito sa pagbuo ng bilateral at multilateral agreements sa mga destination countries ng ating mga migrant workers. Sa TESDA naman po ay patuloy na isusulong po natin ang skilling at upskilling opportunities para sa mga manggagawang Pilipino. Mr. President, the agency will continue to advocate for the employability and competitiveness of the workforce through among others, the development of training regulations and competency standards, especially in emerging and highly productive sectors, such as creative sector, digital sectors, including artificial intelligence, manufacturing, tourism, agriculture, and others. TESDA will ensure that our labor force are well equipped with the ability to adapt to the constantly evolving world of work. Sa TESDA po, tayo ay nagsulong ng mga dagdag pondo sa iba't ibang programa. Ilan po dito yung pagtitibay natin sa close to 500 million na assessment sa ating po mga senior high school, K-12 graduates. Ito po yung naging resulta ng diskusyon natin sa EDCOM 2. Salamat kay Commissioner Alan Cayetano, Commissioner Pia Cayetano, Commissioner Sherwin Gatchalian na kasama po natin sa EDCOM 2. Bilang parte po ng pondo ng 2.39 billion na tulong trabaho scholarship program, ang TESDA din po ay bubuo na ngayon ng assessment tools para sa industry-recognized micro-credentials at massive open online courses na selected training programs o STPs. Karagdagang 20 million naman po para sa industry boards na maghihikayat sa paglago ng enterprise-based education and training sa kanilang mga sektor. Napipirmahan na po ng Pangulo ngayong Huwebes, Ginoong Pangulo, para maging isang tunay at ganap na batas. Karagdagang 100 million din po ang ating inilagay para sa programang Special Training and Employment Program para po mas marami tayong masuportahan na Pilipino na nasa informal na sektor. Sapagkat ito po, Ginoong Pangulo, ay pagbibigay ng community-based training program at hindi lang po competency assessment, kung hindi binibigyan din sila ng toolkits para makapagsimula kaagad at magkaroon ng kita o livelihood program. Karagdagang 10 million naman po ang nilagay natin para i-develop pa yung training regulations at competency standards sa creative sector na tinatayang nag-aambag ng 7.1% sa gross domestic product ng ating bansa. Ginoong Pangulo, marami po tayong pwedeng ipagmalaki sa ginawa natin sa budget ngayong darating na taon. Sa kabuuan, suportado po natin ang fiscal year 2025 General Appropriations Bill at ang agarang pagpasa nito. We support, Mr. President, the administration's aim of ensuring that we meet our economic growth targets, but always taking into account how the budget can change people's lives. Kaisa po tayo ng committee at ng buong Senado sa pangunguna ni Senate President Cheese Escudero upang lalo pang busisiin ang ating budget sa susunod na taon. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 10800.
Any objection? There being none, same is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2793.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order.
Mr. President, I move to recognize the sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, for the individual amendments.
While we are awaiting Senator Gatchalian, may I in the meantime recognize Senator
Risa
Ontiveros for her individual amendments. And Senator Win, upon his arrival, can introduce anterior amendments, if any there be. The lady is recognized and may proceed.
Salamat tabi, Mr. President, and good evening once again to the good sponsor. My amendments were 11 yesterday. They became 3 as of today. But as of tonight, with thanks to the good sponsor for accepting 2 out of those 3, they are now reduced to only 1 proposed amendment. So if I may proceed, Mr. President, good sponsor, on page 21, line 12, under section 28, after the words anti-competitive acts, I propose to add the phrase, comma, and subject to cross-ownership limits to be determined by the ERC. I so move, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Well, I will explain sana before I give my answer, but because the Senate President is asking, I will have to reject this because it is very similar to the amendment made by our colleague from Valenzuela, Senator Gatchalian. We rejected it with this explanation. The natural gas industry is in its infancy stage. So when you think of storage and transportation, it's very difficult if we will prevent the owners of the storage from also owning the transportation, because normally the storage necessarily needs the transport, the pipelines, to be able to deliver it. So if we prohibit common owners, then the investors for the storage will still have to find somebody else, convince somebody else to invest in this. So we humbly believe that in its infancy stage, we should not be prohibiting investors from owning both a storage facility and a transportation facility. Perhaps down the road, when this is a robust, thriving, vibrant industry, that can always be considered. Anyway, nothing prevents us from amending this at a later time. But for now, we believe that the clear message we should send investors is that if they choose to invest in natural gas, whether it's indigenous or imported for that matter, they don't have to worry about another investor or wait for another investor to come in to handle a very much integrated business unit. And again, the example I gave was storage and transportation. So for that reason, we respectfully cannot accept the amendment of Her Honor.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. I'd just like to pursue this a little more, if it would be possible. Ang dahilan po, Mr. President, kung bakit binanggit ko dito sa proposed amendment, yung cross-ownership limits, ay dahil we can learn lessons, 2 decades worth of lessons, mula halimbawa sa EPIRA, which though it governs what is right now still a separate industry from ditong sa natural gas na sinusubukan natin through this bill i-regulate, is in some ways parallel. And if we recall in that law governing that industry, the cross-ownership limits are set at 25%. Kaya ko rin po sinabi dito sa proposed amendment na to be determined by the ERC ay dahil pwede pong i-consider yung ganyang katulad na limit, 25%. Pwede din nilang itaas. Or, for all we know, pwede nilang ibaba. And also something, Mr. President, na binanggit ng good sponsor, yung punto na maybe later on. So, yung limits na pinopropose ko na ide-determine ng ERC sa aking proposed amendment, ay pwedeng mag-set din po ng time. Ng timetable. It could be similar, maaring mayroong sunset clause or maaring may stages in which certain limits will come into play. So kumbaga, hindi siya set in stone kaagad, parehong 25% sa EPIRA. I-determine po both in terms of possible percentages and limits in terms of kailan mag-kick in ang certain limits over time as determined by the ERC. At least, ayon Mr. President, sa aking proposed amendment. There was another point, Mr. President, but I'm forgetting it right now, Mr. President. Good sponsor.
I can respond, Your Honor, and then
Mr.
if you remember, feel free to
Yes.
cut me off anytime, no? I appreciate Her Honor's explanation, the analogy. However, I need to point out that under our existing energy setup, yung NGCP, yung transmission lines na ito, exclusive grant yon. So, wala talagang makapasok na iba. Wala tayong ganon. Anyone is welcome. There is no prohibition to have 2 or 3 transportation systems in place. None at all, Mr. President. So, when we have the explorations or the importations that would require the storage, anyone can bid or can put up on their own and just say, I'm going to put up a transportation system. That is all well and good. Now, what we don't want to happen is that the importer who will need that storage facility or the investor in the exploration cannot transport its gas because pinagbawalan natin dahil wala pang ibang may gustong mag-invest in transportation. So, we are not prepared, Mr. President, for that scenario, and therefore, we cannot accept. And again, in due time, we are very happy to reconsider this, but I don't think it's something that is, I don't think it is, what is the word I'm looking for? I don't think it is prudent at this time to put those limitations because we will prevent investments, Mr. President. Kung ako yung investor or kung ako yung proponent and then naghahanap ako ng investors and then I will tell them, okay na, we have a consortium. Remember, these consortiums require many, many investors. Very few entities can do it on their own. Even these multi-billion energy companies have partners. And then we'll have to tell them, wait, you cannot proceed or they will have to tell us, we're not going to proceed because we cannot, we have the funding, but we cannot put up the transportation. So, unfortunately, I cannot accept this right now, Mr. President.
If I may further, Mr. President, good sponsor, the good sponsor is right that unlike with the NGCP, hindi po ito magiging exclusive grant. Pero dun pa lang sa botong kinuha natin kanina, dun sa earlier proposed amendment ng good gentleman mula sa Valenzuela, we did affirm that in the bill, prioritized or privileged yung indigenous natural gas. And with the way the bill is shaping up, I think we are shaping a very encouraging bill, a very friendly bill to indeed possibly a big group of companies and consortia. I don't share the worry of the good sponsor. I think she's being modest about the bill. I think the bill will invite a good number of potential stakeholders, even in those separate but parallel economic activities, to use the good sponsors example of storage and transportation, etc. That's why nung ipinanukala ko kanina, Mr. President, itong proposed amendment ko tungkol sa cross-ownership limits to be determined by the ERC, hindi po ako nangamba na maging disincentive ito. In fact, it might be an incentive para mas maraming stakeholders ang pumasok. At wala namang magpipigil na they may have corporate ties with each other. No? But at least, with the cross-ownership limits to be determined by the ERC, sana, as I mentioned earlier to the good sponsor, ma-incorporate sana yung mga leksyon na natutunan natin sa nakaraang 2 dekada ng pagpapatupad ng EPIRA dun sa isang industriyang iyon, and which in fairness, Mr. President, has been honored more in the breach. Kasi katakot-takot na cross-ownership actually sa current energy sector natin, which has, I think, been part of many of our problems dun sa industriyang iyon, at kaya nga po gusto nating amyendahan yung EPIRA. So I was just hoping na pakinabangan natin yung mga leksyong iyon dito pa lang sa pagbubuo natin ng bagong batas na ito.
We note Her Honor's opinion on this matter, but we have already made our response clear. This will not be accepted at this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. Mr. Good Sponsor, I was tempted to appeal this also, but if I'm going to base it on the outcome of a previous appeal on a previously rejected proposed amendment, I will content myself tonight with saying that I would have wanted to appeal this and subject it to a vote. Before I conclude my proposed amendments, Mr. President, good sponsor, just for the record, I thought that, and may I just ask for confirmation from the good sponsor kung tama yung understanding ko, natanggap na nga po ba yung proposed amendments 1 and 3 ko, which I submitted to the good sponsor's office in writing? Because if I was mistaken in my understanding, ipopropose ko ngayon for the record para matanggap din kung sakali ng good sponsor formally,
Yeah.
Mr. President.
So I understand that Her Honor submitted written amendments today, and the only one that we are not able to accept is the one that Her Honor explained just now. The others will be accepted if Her Honor wants to be the one to read them, we can listen, or this representation can read them, but they are accepted.
Thank you very much, good sponsor. So, babaybayan natin yon when we go page by page on the amendments.
Yes, I can take
Alright.
the lead, or Her Honor can stand up if she wants.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Risa. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, next to Poster's amendments, is Senator Win Richel. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela, is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Sen.
So
Thank you.
just for orderly proposals, we'll go by page. And I do have the submitted written proposals of two of our colleagues, Senator Gatchalian and Senator Hontiveros. So I will be happy to navigate. No, if I missed anything, then feel free to stand up. Of course, for that matter, any of our other colleagues.
With
So-
that, may we know where are we now
I believe
on
we're
page?
starting on page 4. I think that's the
On
first.
page 4, is
That's
that
the earliest amendment from our colleagues.
yes? So on page 4, will it be Senator Gatchalian proposing an amendment?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes,
Also
you're
on page
recognized,
4.
Your Honor.
Do you want me to read it? I read faster than Your Honor.
Well,
Ready na ako.
Okay, Mr. President. Mr. President, I submitted my proposal to the good sponsor. So let me just read the first amendment on page 4, line 11. After the word aggregation, insert the phrase "and pricing mechanism for aggregated gas." So move, Mr. President.
We
What
accept, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The motion's carried.
On the same page, line 12, after the word welfare, insert the phrase competitive pricing. So move, Mr. President.
What's the
We accept,
sponsors?
Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The motion's carried.
On the page 4, line 17, after the word gas, insert the phrase pricing mechanism and competitive pricing. So move, Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's carried.
On page 12, line 19, after the word this.
Sorry, you're on page 12.
On page 12,
May we know from the sponsor if we have...
Yes, I have.
Yes,
sorry.
the distinguished sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Very simple amendment on page 7, line 25. Replace double A with double B. We submit.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion's carried. On page 8, is there any individual amendments on page 8? Hearing none, maybe we go to page 9.
Page 39.
May we know, may we know
Yeah,
if
none.
there's anything on page 9 and 10? So we go to page 11, Your Honor, Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
mine on page 12, Mr.
Oh, page
President.
12, sorry. On page 12. Yes, Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
On page 12, line 19, after the word this, insert the word also. So move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The amendments accepted.
On page 13, Mr. President.
Page 13.
After line 15, insert the following subsection and renumber the remaining accordingly. Letter N. Regulate the quality of service and rates of TPA conventional transport systems, provided that such methodology shall be based on the policy of full recovery of prudent and reasonable economic cost with a reasonable rate of return or such other principles that promote efficiency and other internationally accepted rate-setting methodologies, Letter O, ensure compliance with the publication and unbundling of TPA conventional transportation system fees, either PDNG transmission or distribution system, N. So move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Wala dito.
A minute suspension, just clarifying something, Mr. President.
1 minute suspension.
we are prepared to accept with a qualification, minor
Amendment to the amendment.
yes,
Amendment
addition,
on the
because letter N, I'll read the first line, regulate the quality of service and rates of a TPA conventional transportation system. Sometimes the transportation system is private, no? It's only run for connected to the supplier. So there's no rates involved. So in that case, our proposal will be after the word rates, we'll add as applicable, because it's not a public service. So there are no rates to regulate. So as applicable.
To start with.
Is that okay?
Yes, Mr. President, just to explain why we included TPA, because TPA is open to the public for use, and when it's open to the public, it's considered public utility. Therefore, therefore the service quality and rates are normally regulated, Mr. President. But I would accept the amendment to the amendment, Mr. President, so that moving forward, it will be dynamic on the part of the DOE, Mr. President.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just to be sure that the concern I'm raising is that it may be private, but in any case, we put as applicable. That's fairly broad.
We accept the amendment to the amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Subject to style, the amendment is hereby accepted.
Thank you to the good sponsor. On page 18.
Page 18, anterior amendment. There's an anterior amendment.
Sorry, Mr. President.
We recognize our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. President. Good sponsor, just to read this into the record. On page 13, line 19, under section 5, add a new subsection on the powers and responsibilities of the DOE that shall read: the Department of Energy, DOE, shall be responsible for identifying and assessing the risk of stranded assets associated with natural gas infrastructure development, taking into account factors such as declining demand due to the energy transition, the emergence of alternative energy carriers, stricter climate policies, and technological advancements in renewable energy. The DOE will develop a transparent methodology for evaluating stranded asset risk, applicable to both existing and proposed projects, and maintain a publicly accessible database that tracks these projects, their risk assessments, and any identified stranded assets. This information will be regularly updated and will serve as a foundation for informed policy decisions and regulatory actions. To mitigate the risk of stranded assets, the DOE is empowered to establish and cost the enforcement of regulations that promote responsible investment in natural gas infrastructure and encourage a timely transition to renewable energy sources. These regulations may include facilitating the early retirement of high-risk assets through financial mechanisms. The DOE will also coordinate with relevant government agencies to align natural gas development with national climate targets and ensure a smooth transition to a sustainable energy system. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr.
What does the
President,
sponsor say?
accepted.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is accepted by the sponsor. Motion is carried.
Thank you, good sponsor.
Now, page 14. Any
No amendment, Mr.
15? Page 15?
No amendment, Mr. President.
Page 16? Will the sponsor introduce an amendment in page 16? Page 17? Page 18?
Page 18, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. In line 4, after the word agency, insert the phrase to determine the need for and regulate, and delete the word in. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President.
Amendments accepted. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is carried.
On the same page, line 8, after the word transparency, delete the word competitiveness and replace the phrase competitive pricing. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President.
Amendment is accepted. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's carried.
On the same page in line 8, after the word reliability, insert the phrase and consumer welfare. As moved, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's carried.
Tapos na to. Page 11 and page 18.
Page 18. We go to page 19, Your Honors. Are there any amendments on page 18? Hearing none, we go to page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26.
Okay, page 26.
Page 26. The gentleman from Valenzuela is recognized. Senator Sherwin.
On page 26, line 10, after the word decommissioning, insert the phrase in accordance and consistent with the policies and guidelines of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources on establishing, maintaining, and use of Environmental Guarantee Fund to ensure, among others, decommissioning obligations in all co-located or single projects that have been determined by the Environment Management Bureau to pose a significant public risk. As moved, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted.
It's accepted. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion's carried. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Page 30, yes, we recognize our distinguished Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
1 minute
Salamat po.
suspension,
We are on page 30. Is there an anterior amendment, Senator Gatchalian?
Yes, Mr. President, but 1 minute suspension just to
We
confirm.
suspend the session for a minute. The distinguished sponsor is recognized.
Yeah, so I think it's Senator Risa's amendment which is next. Senator Gatchalian will not be pursuing
So we'll
anything
proceed
like
with the amendments to be introduced by Senator Risa Ontiveros on page 30. Is that correct?
Salamat po, Mr.
You're
President.
recognized, ma'am.
With apologies to the good sponsor, if she may allow me to read into the record a proposed anterior amendment as well, Mr. President, proposed amendment of the good minority leader on page 27, at least to have it on record, Mr. President, good sponsor. So,
Page 27.
yes, Mr. President, on page 27, line 21, under section 36, fiscal incentives, after the word mode, delete the period and replace it with a colon, then insert new paragraphs which state, provided that the VAT exemptions as specified under this provision shall be effective for a period of 15 years from the effectivity of this Act. The Department of Finance, DOF, in coordination with the National Economic and Development Authority, NEDA, and the Department of Energy, DOE, shall conduct a comprehensive review of the fiscal incentives granted under this Act, which shall be submitted to the President and Congress every 5 years from the effectivity of this Act. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. President, we are not able to accept the amendment and we'd like to explain. So this is a VAT exemption provided in this provision, and the amendment proposed is to limit the VAT exemption. And the reason we are constrained to reject this proposal is this. Our targets are to be 50% renewable energy by 2040. That's 15 years from now. And that's even just a target. So assuming we make it, which I hope we do, we will be 50%, we will be using 50% renewable energy. So what is the rest of the 50%? That will probably be a combination of natural gas, nuclear, if by then we decide to go nuclear, and probably still fossil fuel. So our best bet is to increase natural gas. 2040 is 15 years away. So I think the best way to address this concern of the minority floor leader would be in due time. Ang create nga po in 2 years na amende, no? So ang sa atin po, I think it is best because remember, investors in this field are looking at 20, 30, in fact, maliit ang 20 eh. They look at 30, 50, and the next generation. Ganun ang investment dito. So, ang hirap na yung 10% na, yung VAT na yan, iisipin nilang, hanggang 10 years lang or 15 years lang. Medyo it limits their projections, no? The viability or the profit that they're trying to make. So, ang akin po, to be consistent with the long-term plan of promoting indigenous natural gas, let's let Congress in the future decide if the time is right to remove the VAT exemption.
Thank you, good sponsor. The minority leader is aware that the good sponsor is not accepting this proposed amendment. Salamat for allowing him at least to make it of record that this was his proposed amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Salamat, Mr.
Yes,
President. And if I may proceed with the proposed amendment
Just to
on...
add to
yes,
that
of course,
Yes,
Mr. President.
Senator Gatchalian, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have a similar proposal to have a sunset provision on the VAT exemption for 10 years. And after conferring with a good sponsor and studying the provision that we will be supposed to be proposing, we realized that the VAT exemption will not be as effective because there's already prioritization, meaning because of that prioritization that was carried earlier by the body, natural gas will naturally flow in the system because of the prioritization. And the VAT exemption will now be carried in that natural gas. So, meaning it will be the consumers at the end who will be enjoying that VAT exemption. So,
Yes,
in other words, one of the reasons why we did not propose it anyways is because it's the consumers who will enjoy the VAT exemption at the end of the segment, Mr. President. And of course, when we give VAT exemption to the consumers, somebody has to take the cudgels of that exemption. In this particular case, it's the DOF who gave its imprimatur that government can absorb that VAT exemption. And that was discussed during the period of interpellation, that the DOF gave its imprimatur that government can absorb the VAT exemption. But at the end of the spectrum, at the end of the segment, it will be the consumers who will enjoy that VAT exemption, Mr. President. So in other words, it's to the benefit of the consumers as well.
Yes, that is absolutely correct, and that is also the reason why we are confident in promoting prioritization, because in the end, regardless of some slight price fluctuations, which as we saw in the graph is minimal compared to imported natural gas, the consumer would still have that somehow that protection because it is VAT exempt all the way to the consumer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now to propose, I propose amendment on page 30.
So we go on page 30.
Yes, Mr. President, line 21 under section 47. Add a new sentence that shall read, a policy review shall be conducted by the JCEC at least 5 years after the effectivity of this legislation, without prejudice to an earlier periodic review within the prescribed period to assess its effectiveness. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor.
The amendment is accepted unless there
No,
is
no.
another. So, amendment is accepted. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We're still on page 30.
Page 13, Mr. President.
Page 30, we recognize Senator Gatchalian, Your Honor. You're
On
recognized.
page 30 on line 10, after the word this, insert the word also. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say? After the word this.
Yes,
also.
yes, we accept.
The sponsor is accepting the proposed amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
On the same page, Mr. President, line 11, after the word parent, replace the entire second proviso with the proviso provided further that assignments or transfers shall not be allowed near the end of life of a PDNGI facility if the assignee or transferee cannot comply with the guidelines and regulations for the decommissioning and abandonment of PDNGI facilities as provided in Section 24 of this Act. And if the Environmental Guarantee Fund is not maintained and administered in accordance with the policies and guidelines of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. I so move, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President.
There are some, just a minute suspension, just a minute suspension. The sponsor is accepting the amendment being proposed by Senator Gatchalian. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried subject to style.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all for now. That's all for us, Mr. President. Wala na po, Mr. President. This is the last amendment.
We're on page
Nasanay na ako,
31 now.
Mr. President. But I thank the good sponsor for her time
Thank you,
and
Senator Gatchalian.
understanding, and of course giving this representation opportunity to participate in the crafting of this measure.
Thank you very much, Senator Gatchalian. Senator Cayetano?
Yes, thank you also to Senator Gatchalian, Senator Hontiveros, of course, our Majority Floor Leader, the presiding officer. Thank you to everyone who participated in the crafting of this bill.
The Majority Leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito.
Yes, Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader to close the period of amendment is approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2790. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved subject to style. Senate Bill number 2793 is approved on second reading subject to style. Congratulations to the sponsors.
Yes, congratulations to the sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2793.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 343 on Senate Bill number 2865 This is the bill on the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotions Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2865 under Committee Report number 343.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2865 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
Anak, amending sections 22, 32, 34, 38, 39, 42, 127, 174, 176, 179, 199, and 258 of RA 8424, the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, and for other purposes.
To sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Will Gatchalian, Chairperson of the Committee on Ways and Means, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
The super hard-working chairperson of the Committee on Ways and Means, Senator Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maraming salamat. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, I rise today to sponsor the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotions Act, a measure that recognizes the importance of our capital markets as a powerful tool for economic growth and wealth building for every Filipino. Our capital market is often seen as something distant for an ordinary Filipino, just numbers and charts flashing across a screen. In fact, based on the 2021 Financial Inclusion Survey conducted by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, only 1 out of 10 Filipino adults have investment products. Ngunit sa kaibuturan nito, ang capital markets ay isang sistema na nagbibigay buhay sa mga pangarap at nagsusustento ng kabuhayan. Dito lumalago ang pinaghirapang ipon ng isang individual. Dito binibigyang pag-asa ang mga magulang na makapaghanda para sa edukasyon ng kanilang mga anak. At dito nasusuportahan ang mga pangarap ng mga kababayan nating namumuhunan. When we strengthen this market, we give people not just a chance to grow their savings, but to participate in our country's progress in a meaningful way. Mr. President, we cannot ignore the reality that investing in the Philippines is more expensive compared to many of our neighboring countries, which creates barriers for more Filipinos to engage in our capital markets. When we compare the Philippines to other major economies in Southeast Asia, a concerning picture emerges. In 2023, our stock market capitalization to GDP, essentially the value of our stock market relative to the size of our economy, stands at only 54.1%. This is significantly lower than the average 78.3% among our neighbors. Sa madaling salita, ang stock market capitalization ay ang kabuuang halaga ng lahat ng binibentang stocks sa ating merkado kung ikukumpara sa laki ng ating ekonomiya. Isang indikasyon kung gaano katatag ang ating stock market. Kapag mas maliit ang stock market capitalization, nangahulugan mas limitado ang deploy ng pera sa merkado, ang daloy ng pera sa merkado na magagamit sana ng mga negosyante sa pamumuhunan. Ang mga datos ay malinaw na nagpapakita na ang Pilipinas ay napag-iiwanan ng ating mga kapitbahay na bansa. One major contributing factor to this situation is the Philippines currently imposes the highest stock transaction tax among ASEAN economies. Sa tuwing may bentahan ng shares ng isang kumpanya nakalista sa ating stock exchange, may ipinapataw na stock transaction tax. Ang buwis na ito ay maliit na porsyento ng kabuuang transaksyon at idinadagdag sa presyo ng shares na ibinebenta. In contrast, according to the National Tax Research Center, countries like Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, and Cambodia, Myanmar and Cambodia do not impose any stock transaction tax on their stock market transactions. According to the Philippine Stock Exchange, while Indonesia and Vietnam do have a stock transaction tax at 0.1%, their rates are significantly lower than the 0.6% rate that we currently impose here. The higher transaction costs discourage both local and foreign investors, which hinders our potential to create a more dynamic and inclusive market. Moreover, lowering the stock transaction tax could encourage more companies to go public, opting for initial public offering to raise capital. Simply put, we could not only expand our capital markets, but also provide investors with a wider range of investment opportunities, giving them more stocks to choose from and ultimately creating a more robust and diversified market. Additionally, going public will provide companies with an alternative source of funding beyond traditional lenders like banks. The Philippine Stock Exchange also underscores that this approach allows businesses to tap into additional funds without increasing debt or depleting their cash reserves. Beyond the financial benefits, going public also enhances the company's visibility and generates public interest, ultimately increasing their customer base and attracting new investors. Attracting new institutional investors. Given this context, we urgently need the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotions Act to break down these barriers, to make our markets more accessible, and to empower more Filipinos to participate in the country's growth story. Mr. President, allow me to highlight the crucial provisions under this proposed measure. First, we propose the reduction of stock transaction tax from 0.6% to 0.1%. By slashing this rate to 0.1%, we dramatically reduce the cost of investing and trading, allowing us to align more closely with our regional peers who offer more competitive rates. Ito ay nangangahulugan na mas maraming individual ang magkakaroon ng pagkakataong mamuhunan ng hindi nababahala sa mataas na buwis na nagpapabigat sa bawat transaksyon. Although this immediate reduction in stock transaction tax will lead to lower tax revenue for the government at first, we can make up for this loss if the average daily trading volume increases by 3.35 times based on the projection of the Philippine Stock Exchange. More trading means more fees will be paid to the Securities and Exchange Commission, as well as higher income tax and value-added tax collection from the increased activity in the market. According to the 5-year forecast of the PSE for fiscal years 2025 to 2029, reducing stock transaction tax to 0.1% could increase the total value of stock traded in our market to approximately 18.5 trillion pesos. We also seek to lower the documentary tax on original issue of shares of stock from 1% to 0.75%. Currently, the transaction on original issue of shares of stock is subject to a 1% DST. Bagamat ito ay tila maliit sa simula, ang buwis na ito ay nagiging malaking halaga sa paglipas ng panahon, lalo na sa mga mamumuhunan na madalas na bumibili at nagbebenta. By lowering DST to 0.75%, reduce an ongoing cost that can otherwise discourage investing. This adjustment will make it more attractive for both local and foreign investors to participate in our market. Further, we aim to exempt the DST on original issuance, redemption, or other disposition of shares in mutual funds. Presently, when you buy or sell shares or units of participation in mutual funds, you have to pay 1% DST. By removing this tax, we lower the entry and exit cost for investors in mutual funds. Ang hakbang na ito ay magbibigay daan sa mas maraming individual ang mamuhunan sa ilalim ng mutual funds na isa sa mga pangunahing pamamaraan upang magkaroon ng long-term savings plan. Kabilang narito ang mga kababayan nating naghahanda sa pagre-retiro. We also propose the exemption of DST on the issuance of shares or other issuance of certificates or other evidence of participation in sa bawat beses na tumanggap ka ng sertipiko bilang ebidensya ng iyong pamumuhunan sa UITF, kinakailangan mong magbayad ng nakatakdang buwis na 30 pesos. By removing this additional cost, we allow investors to participate in mutual funds and UITFs to save for their future. Another important provision in this bill is the exclusion from gross income of interest and gains on sale earned from specific bonds. For gains on sale earned from project-specific bonds. These are specific bonds issued to finance capital expenditures or programs covered by the Philippine Development Plan, as well as its equivalent and other government programs considered to be high-level priority of the country. This approach encourages investment in these types of bonds, which means that more funding can flow into projects and initiatives that are essential to national government. As we introduce the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotions Act, we are not only making investments more affordable, we are directly empowering individuals and families to take control of their financial futures. By promoting efficiency in the capital markets, we reduce the barriers that have long made investing seem out of reach for every Filipino, for the everyday Filipino. At this point, allow me to acknowledge the efforts made by our stakeholders from the public and private sectors during the public hearing and technical working group meeting of the Committee on Ways and Means. In closing, Mr. President and esteemed colleagues, the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotions Act represents a pivotal step towards revitalizing our capital markets. With a more efficient market, opportunities multiply. This measure allows Filipinos to step confidently into the world of investing without being held back by burdensome taxes and fees. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2865.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary basis to calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 344 on Senate Bill number 2871. This is the bill on the Chemical Weapons Prohibition Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2871 under Committee Report number 344.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act prohibiting the development, production, stockpiling, and use of chemical weapons, providing for their destruction, imposing penalties for violations, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Chairperson of the Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace and Reconciliation, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on National Defense and Security, the distinguished gentleman from San Juan, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. After a heavy deliberation on that gas, here comes the Chemical Weapons Prohibition Act. In March 1995, an odorless, colorless, and toxic nerve agent, sarin, was released in Tokyo subway system during rush hour. The coordinated terrorist attack killed 13 people in Japan and left 1,000 others injured with temporary vision problems, paralysis, and permanent damage. Chemical weapons were also used in reported targeted assassination plots of high-profile personalities, as in the case of Russian political activist Alexei Navalny in August 2020, when he was poisoned using Novichok, a highly toxic nerve agent, and in the case of the brother of North Korean leader using VX, which in small dose induces rapid respiratory paralysis and death. And there are numerous other assassination attempts or deaths caused by chemical weapons. These incidents show how horrific chemical weapons are and how tragedies can ensue once these substances fall into the wrong hands. Maging ikaw ay isang innocenteng train commuter or a prominent public figure, maaari po tayo maging biktima ng chemical weapons. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, 28 years since the Senate, under the leadership of then Senate President Neptali Gonzales, concurred in the ratification of the United Nations Convention on the Prohibition of the development, production, stockpiling, and use of chemical weapons and their destruction in August 19, 1996, through the adoption of Senate Resolution number 49. Congress has not enacted the national legislation needed to fully enforce the objectives of the Chemical Weapons Convention. This is despite the fact that the Philippines was among the first countries to sign the convention when it was opened for signature on January 13, 1993, just 45 days after the UN General Assembly approved the same on November 30 of 1992. The Chemical Weapons Convention is a landmark agreement which is a product of nearly 26 years of negotiations and is considered to be a major breakthrough, as it is the first multilateral disarmament convention to provide for a complete ban on the whole class of weapons of mass destruction. The CWC belongs to the realm of arms control, non-proliferation, and disarmament treaties, which include the 1968 Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the 1972 Biological Weapons Convention, and the 2017 Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. These instruments are intended to reduce the likelihood of a war and to delimit its effects should said war occur. Mr. President, as your chairman of the Committee on National Defense and Security, I am honored to sponsor Senate Bill number 2871 under Committee Report number 344, or the Chemical Weapons Prohibition Act. The enactment of this bill will make the Philippines fully compliant with the convention as a state party and as a peace-loving nation. As echoed by the DFA, the Philippines remains firm in its position on the total and complete elimination of all weapons of mass destruction. Disarmament and non-proliferation are compelling issues for the Philippines, given that 10% of our population live and work overseas, many in hotspots in the Middle East and Africa. According to the Anti-Terrorism Council, which is designated as the Philippine National Authority of the Chemical Weapons Convention and other disarmament issues by virtue of Executive Order number 39, series of 2011, the Philippines is among the 4 countries in ASEAN that have legislation covering some initial measures pursuant to the CWC alongside Myanmar, Brunei, and East Timor, and is therefore only partially compliant to the CWC. The other 7 ASEAN countries have already enacted legislation covering all initial measures pursuant to the CWC. Kahit po sa aspeto ng lubos na pagpapatupad ng Chemical Weapons Convention ay nahuhuli po tayo. Globally, as of December 31, 2023, out of 193 states parties to the convention, 128 states already have comprehensive national implementing legislation. A similar version of this bill was already approved by the Senate in 2014 during the 16th Congress and was sent to the House of Representatives for concurrence, but unfortunately was not enacted into law. Aside from criminalizing the development, acquisition, retention, transfer, and use of chemical weapons, this bill establishes regulatory framework through declaration and verification mechanisms for toxic chemicals, particularly scheduled chemicals or those with legitimate pharmaceutical, agricultural, and industrial purposes, but can be diverted for the production of chemical weapons. Habang layunin natin na huwag magamit ang dual-use chemicals sa pagbuo ng mapaminsalang chemical weapons, hindi natin nais na bigyan ng dagdag na pasanin o pigilan ng paglago ng ating local chemical industry. Lalo't ito ay isa sa pinakamalaking manufacturing subsector sa bansa na kinabibilangan ng 1,400 chemical manufacturing firms at 147,000 direct employees. Pinapanukala natin ang pag-streamline ng mga polisiyang sinusunod ng nasabing industriya at ang pagkakaroon ng coordination mechanism sa pagitan ng mga regulatory agencies upang hindi maging paulit-ulit o doble-doble ang mga permit na kailangan nilang kunin. Apart from being an international obligation, this measure provides the regime to manage chemicals of security concern, as well as the tools to prevent, respond to, and manage chemical incidents that is crucial for national security and regional stability. Moreover, this acts as a deterrent as the bill provides stiff penalties for violations and in consonance with the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020 and the Strategic Trade Management Act. This bill seeks to effectively reduce the threat of chemical terrorism and ensure that advancements in chemistry will only be for peaceful purposes. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, this representation respectfully seeks your support in moving this long overdue legislation forward. I look forward to the deliberations of this measure and welcome inputs from the honorable members of this chamber with the sincere hope that this Senate will not delay any further the passage of this bill that is almost 3 decades behind. The specter of chemical weapons being released in public spaces and its catastrophic and cruel consequences remain, especially with the presence of criminal groups and lawless elements and dramatic breakthroughs in the scientific community, thus allowing ease in synthesis and weaponization of chemicals. I invite our dear colleagues to take this important step in renewing our commitment to fully eliminate chemical weapons in our midst. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, the loving and appreciative, supportive brother, the majority leader is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President. I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2871.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the majority leader is hereby approved.
Before we proceed, Mr. President, Senator Pia Cayetano would like to insert to the record her co-sponsorship speech for House Bill number 10800 of the 2025 General Appropriations Act.
That's duly noted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt some simple resolutions. First is proposed Senate Resolution number 1095. This is the resolution congratulating and commending Filipino boxer Pedro Tadura Jr. for winning the world minimum weight title of the International Boxing Federation.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader and the resolution is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 823. This is the resolution commending and congratulating the Philippine national basketball team Gilas Pilipinas for winning the gold medal in the 19th Asian Games held in Hangzhou, China, and reclaiming the Continental Championship title after 61 years.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion of the majority leader and the resolution is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 856. This is the resolution congratulating the Philippine team for their impressive performance during the recently concluded Asian Para Games held on October 22 to 28, 2023 in Hangzhou, China.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the majority leader and the resolution is hereby adopted. May I also place on the record that this representation would like to be co-author, co-sponsor of the particular resolutions adopted by this body. Thank you.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend the session until 2 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, November 6, 2024.
Is there any objection? There being none, the session is suspended until 2 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, November 6, 2024.